All right, let's party. Wow. Hold on. Wow. Oh no, my explosion button. I think my explosion's fucked up. I can't explode no more. What happened? This is messed up. What's up, gamers? It's time to help. Nope. Stop. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you nerds doing? How you doing, Dark Muffin? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Horror Loving? Nice. How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Steve? How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? I legitimately don't know what's wrong with it. It's every time I hit the little button, the little button. Like maybe the file got moved. I have no file organization whatsoever. Yeah, no, it just. Yeah, no, I think it's just gone. Wow. I'll have to get that back at some point. Let me get Trench Crusade. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. I miss Trench Crusade so much. I've enjoyed Mordheim, but I miss it. I miss it dearly. I miss it dearly. But yeah, how you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? I have to get like that just level of audio so I don't like get like overstimmed while I yell at myself for like 4 hours. But yeah, today, speaking of, like, man, sick of Mordheim. Anyway, I'm painting Mordheim. So these are the Kruleboy orcs. I've did a little bit of kit bashing. Usually they got like big spears and shields. Like these are the kind of the lanky, the cunning of the brutal cunning. And I was like, these guys are look good. Like I got like a new mud texture which I've painted over, so it's hard to kind of tell. But like I got some 3D printed base stuff. I got some mud texture. Like on that, I'm like, yeah, okay, these guys would be good. These guys would be nice. But yeah, you have to give me. I also found out that apparently so Army Painter has these color triads where they're like, we put 3 colors together to make it easier on you. And I was like, oh, you know what? I've never done that. I'll give it a go. Turns out that like my shop has like 3 Army Painter racks, and I accidentally picked up the the rack that was for what's it called? The air paints. So I got 3 air paints and said, which are fine, but I don't want to fuck with them too much. How you doing, Sola? How you doing? Yes, I mean, now, if I want to get really technical, the clubs and the arms for all these guys are 3D prints. What do? I paint rats. I kind of do. Okay, hear me out. Here's my cope. Here's my cope for today. I mean, I did paint rats recently, so it's not like you guys give me too much shit. How you doing, Oz? How you doing? The arms are actually from, what's it called? Victus Minis. They did a modular Ratman set, which is why this one has fur on it, which I'll need to deal with that later. But yeah, this is a kind of funny. Is like I've painted orcs a couple times on stream, but like I think this is the first time I painted an orc for a mechanical reason. Because usually when I paint orcs, it's like, oh yes. There's like an Orktober thing or like the big paint-a-thon thing. Oh, this brush is fucking up, man. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, these guys are like the reason I kind of like them. They're like extra rat bastards. It's pretty great. That's what I was thinking about keeping it fur or like maybe he can have like weird shoulder hair. That's not that weird, I guess. Also, how you doing, Lego Man? How you doing? Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Congrats on the pikeman. Stoked to eat and relax. Oh god, that sounds. Yeah, it's been surprisingly. I live in an area where it rains so little that the fact that it rained like pretty heavily last week was kind of like a big deal. It's like oh the trees and nature needed it so much. And honestly, we also live in an area with a lot of pollen, so it just washed that shit away, which is great. But yeah, so that's been good. Also, any real hobby updates? Nothing super crazy. I have been thinking. So I still need to set up the system for the Space Marine chapter voting thing, which will happen. I will be doing that. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, I know, because like there's different tiers, I guess. Like, you know, like in like a bracket, like the semifinals and finals. And what I'm going to do, I think, for everyone that fails, like in the really early voting, that those chapters are just extinct. Like so they fell to chaos, or they had like a horrible warp storm, or they just vanished one day, or they were killed by orcs or something like that. I was like, that'd be kind of fun. Oh god, oh, you still got winter dirt. I'm jelly. Like what? I live in an area that like winter basically only lives for like maybe like a month at most. February might as well be March. I mean, that's also kind of like I grew up in a really frosty area, and I've moved to this warmer area in the south. And I have to imagine that if I decide to go back to where I grew up, I would explode. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? Welcome. Happy Ola indeed. So like, it's kind of weird, this color. I'm using the same color, and it's not like a speed paint, but I feel like depending on the thickness, it just really does change tone quite a bit. Hey, how you doing, Krieg? How you doing? I'm painting me the forbidden long work today. Well, mostly because I kind of want to use these guys in Mordheim. Ice it. Oh, okay. Oh, it like wraps around. There we go. Because it's like I bought these guys during the Age of Sigmar 3rd edition, thinking I would do something with them. And this is once again the eternal struggle of like. And everything to do with like, you know, like, oh, don't hoard a bunch of minis. Get rid of what you don't need. That's fine. But what if you get something and then roughly 4 years later, you're like, ooh, actually, I have the perfect use for it. Isn't that fucked up? That's why I enjoy Marie Kondo, just because like she's another one of those people like Hunter S. Thompson where I just can't do that. I can't do what she does, but I'm fascinated by what she does. Where she can just give shit away. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I will also say a lot of my move has resurfaced some minis from deep within the pile. You're Herrick for saying that. About Marie Kondo? Nanda. Well, which that? I'll own up to my sins. I'll say, how you doing, Goroth? How you doing? I'll own up to my sins. I just need to know which one I need to own up to. And like a lot of stuff does give me joy. Like it gives me joy in the moment, or maybe the joy of just buying them at the time. Just like, ooh, I bought it. Yippee, let's go. But then also, you know, getting stuff actually done is a whole thing. Oh, thank you for the hydrate as well. Big stretching. Oh god, big hiccup. I mean, I've done. Oh yeah, have you not seen the mimic mode? Yeah, to be fair. I just think for the fact that like in the movie chat that 14 got drunk enough to propose. I'm like, haha, no, nerd. I maybe this is the incorrect month to do that, and that's fine. That's whatever. We're goofing. God, I'm so disappointed that Babes and Blades turned out. I knew it was going to be a bad movie. Like there's no way that a movie with that title is going to be good with the actors that I knew that were going to be in that movie. But man, it was such like a nothing movie. It was like when the raccoon was eating the cotton candy and put it in the river to wash it, and it just all dissolved. That's what that movie felt like to me. Just like a nothingness. But oh yeah, that's my favorite part. It catches people off guard, which I'm glad to say. Even though the new outfit has a lot of extra bells and whistles, that the surprise is still there. The ability just to shock people with my mimicness is still very much on the docket. But yeah, speaking about that, so like I don't know if this is gonna be painted for tomorrow, like on Sunday. But like, I've been looking through my Star Wars Legion stuff again, and I built this finally. I finally built that motherfucker. Yeah, it did look, because like that is the thing. To be fair, also how you doing, Joe? Yeah, the raccoons are smart. So like, once the raccoon knows that the funny purple, like light blue brick, whatever, the cotton candy brick. Once it learns that the cotton candy brick, when exposed to water, will shrink. It was funny because like I think it started to put it in the water. It was like, hey, wait a minute. We don't do that anymore. I'm not so easily tricked. Oh, no, to be fair, when I do say mimic elf, that's where the mimic's coming from. Yeah, Yeah, I'm glad the raccoon got his treats. That's like another one of those things that like, if you're an animal, you can't even comprehend the idea of sugar. I mean, you could eat like a strawberry and be like, whoa, flavors that I'm not used to. But the idea of just like a condensed brick of sugar that dissolves if it hits water to a raccoon is just fucking bananas. Like there's no way in nature something like that would ever happen. You're like, what do you do? Like you're a little raccoon. You don't know shit. You don't know shit about dicks. And then confectionaries appear your way, and then these weird, tall, lanky, hairless raccoons laugh at you. And like, you don't know. You don't fucking know. I love that shit. I also do love animals getting tricked. There's something really innocent about it. Like I'm a big fan of those videos where somebody will make like a fake animal. Like the kind that they use to spy on animals. And be like, okay, we made this remote control RC beaver so we could navigate into their dams and like take a look and just see how beavers live. And I just kind of love that because like some beavers are like, there's something wrong with you, but I can't articulate what. So I guess you can just stand around. And I find that fascinating. Like I can't think of like what that would be like a story for like people. Like the idea of like an alien probe that honestly like, because I feel like you could do a whole story about that where it's just like some dude realizes that there's this there's this like person that pretends just to be like really socially awkward, like maybe like borderline like low functioning autistic, and they're like, wait a minute, that's not a person at all. That's a remote control camera. And then can you imagine explaining that to everyone? It's called kid. You know what I mean. You fucking know what I mean. Oh yeah, no, showing any variety of monkey and magic trick is fucking amazing. Cause like they're just smart enough to be entertained by it, and like, but they have not even the foggiest how you do that. Like I remember like when you do like the playing card trick where you flash it in front of them, and they're like, yo, what the fuck is that? Cause like, you know, like any person, like even if you found like an uncontacted tribe of people, they're still like, this is probably some trickery afoot. This is cool. Maybe they accuse you of being like a wizard or something like that. Monkeys don't know what magic is. They're just like, whoa, huh, what? Amazing. It's so good. Yeah. Ironically, Lana, I brought up that thought without getting a chance to read your message yet, but yeah, probably, maybe. I guess I don't really look up footage of people like contact. I feel like if a tribe has gone that long without contact from like the rest of humanity, I think they should be left alone. I think they've earned their isolation. They should just enjoy their time away from all this the shit morass of reality. I think that's fair. I think they've earned it. Well, let's go. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun. Minis are a lot of fun. They're super duper fun. So how you doing, Boomy? Welcome. How you doing? I'm painting orcs because I must. It's so good. Also, how you doing, Skips? How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting some orcs for Mordheim. I also got these other guys as backup. Also, I've been stripping some paint from some. When I was gifted those bunch of Sons of Horus, there is these one guys. I'm like, are these bits like 3D prints? And I was like, well, they could be, but I don't know. And I found out that they were. Which is fine. A lot of the actual mini is legit. I mean, I 3D print my own bits. These are 3D printed arms. Oh, definitely take it easy then if you're exhausted. Definitely rest while I slowly apply. I think now the more I paint, the more I realize I'm kind of a faster painter. I guess also to be fair though, I mostly kind of paint at like an elevated tabletop standard. I'm not one of those people that are like, this is my commissar. It's week 7. And I keep painting, this one cape. Which, mind you, people who do that are legitimately amazing. I think the Froggy, the Vtuber that paints, she's very much on that kick where she's doing like White Dwarf, Golden Demon competitions and stuff. It was 6. That's gonna be fun then, yeah. As long as there's like no malice, I kind of love the idea of two people like, what the fuck is that? I've never seen a person like you. Like, that's pretty legit. Now it's month 6. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I mean, the thing is, as long as it gets painted, that's really that's all it is at the end of the day. As long as it gets painted, and just you can kind of do that whenever. Yeah, some people do that. There was I'm not surprised it takes this guy forever. I've rated him a couple of times. I don't think he streams the process anymore, but there's a guy named Cryocheese. I think recently he kind of got a lot of recognition because he did the 3rd edition Eye of Terror Codex version of Abaddon. With the big globe being crushed behind him. It's really, really cool. And like they did that thing where they painted the background, which adds like a crazy amount of detail. And this dude was painting every single scale on Fulgrim individually for months. And the end result is gorgeous, but I can't do that. I'm not built like that. I mean, I think one also too, because like as somewhat of an entertainer painter, the fact that I think I go through a lot of projects is probably like there is an entertainment value to that. How you doing, Zetai? How you doing? Which is somebody who's like, all right, like the quality of painting is my thing. I go home, I paint, like, and then like I do this in silence. I do this my own thing. I don't really interact with anyone while I do it. And like that's like that. In that case, if you're just doing it just for you, or just like for like a competition, you can just fucking go ham for like 3 years. Years ago. I mean, it's to be fair, it's like that. I've finished projects I started years ago as well. I actually found the really funny thing. The very first minis that I recall painting on stream, the very, very first ones, I never finished. They were the Splintered Fang warband for Warcry. And I found them recently, and I actually currently got them in the sauce because I was like, you know what? These guys would actually, speaking about Mordheim, those guys would be really cool pit fighters because they already like kind of had like a gladiator-esque design. Like they weren't quite like these are gladiators. They were kind of more like a cool secret snake cult that just happened to have a lot of like gladiator helmets and nets and stuff. Like I'm sure like like I try to remember their exact lore. I know they definitely did one of those things where it's like, yes, we let the snakes bite us so that we get immune to the poisons and then we poison everything. Let's say everyone, hey, yo, let's go. To be fair, especially the newer ones look really, really legit. There's a guy who cracked one of those the spearhead boxes open for Mordheim as well, and like especially the new Croxorors look really, really good. And the unicorn. I mean, to be fair, that I think that's weirdly enough. I get that tinge of excitement because I am that unicorn for some people. For people who are coming in from the mini painting side, they're like, "What the fuck is this?" I think now the whimsy of Vtuber who knows about Warhammer is a little lessened. I feel like there's enough people now who are like, "Yeah, Warhammer things are my thing," which unfortunately I don't get to talk to a lot of them. They all have like very established circles that I just have not really like integrated myself with. Nice people overall. Just like, you know, everyone's got their own shit going on the interwebs. I am still very proud that I'm probably like the most consistent painting though. How's how you doing, Jay? How you doing? Oh shit, you lurking? The ghost of a monk timed me up the other day. He was into Boo DS. I'm processing that one. I'm trying to figure out when the monk enters into the picture. This one I'm like genuinely baffled. There's probably like some little detail I'm missing, but I'm just like, huh. Naruhodo. I see. Booth. Oh. I think it probably doesn't help that like when I think of monks, a lot of times I think of like kind of like Christian monks. We you get the funky haircut. Yeah. So these are the Kruleboyz specifically from the Age of Sigmar 3rd edition launch box. What I have done is I've cut off the arms, or like either cut off the whole arm or like sever the arm at the wrist, so I could use them for Mordheim. Because in Mordheim, this is something that I don't like about Mordheim, is that there's kind of like a generally accepted build for your guys, and most people kind of run them. It's basically just like two-hand fight, get like a dagger because it's free, and then get like a club or a stick or something else. So some other cheap melee weapon. But I was like, you know, okay, there we go. I cut off their scare shields, which is a little tricky because, like, honestly, the most visually striking part about the Kruleboyz are their cool shields. But I'm saving those for the higher ups. I'm like, if you are a sufficiently higher ranking lad, then you can get yours. But yeah, no, these are Age of Sigmar sculpts. I haven't done like a new. What was like the last Age of Sigmar sculpt money I got? Oh yeah, it's the. I think I'm still waiting for it to come in, the rot swords from the Nurgle refresh, because those are fucking great. I love those, are so good. You can actually. So there's what's it called? There's effectively a very weird tier system in the sort of unofficial like Mordheim group people. So there are core rules, which are just like the rules that like the war bands that are just from the core book. Then there's like tiers like A, like 1A and 1B, which is typically like, oh, these were made by Games Workshop in like issues of the Town Crier, which was like White Dwarf from Mordheim. Well, even the default arm has a couple little spikes on it, so that one's not too weird. And in there, you can get Lizardmen. You can get Lizardmen, which is their thing is that they get a lot of skinks, which have like pretty decent shooting, but also you can get yourself a Kroxigor, and Kroxigors are fucking brutal. I have not gone up against one yet. Mordheim is a fantasy campaign skirmish game made by Games Workshop circa like roughly the early 2000s. It's the idea that basically there's a city in the old world that got hit by a fuck-ass meteor filled with magic, filled with warpstone. Assuming you know what warpstone is, if not, just imagine like magic crack rock. And the really desperate and stupid go into there for chunks of more of some call it weird stone if you're just like, oh, human and you don't know better, or it's warpstone if you are like a Skaven. And they go back to fetch it because you can sell that shit to a wizard and get yourself a pretty penny. Joe's got guns. I mean, Guns and Dogs is very good. Guns and Dogs is very, very cool. Very classic. But yeah, they've done a couple expansions. I think there was specifically, they've done a couple that were set outside the city. Like there was a Lustria campaign, and that's where the Lizardmen are from originally, but you could still run them in Mordheim proper. So it is funny when it's like, everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm like either a rat, like a bunch of grungy mercs, or like, you know, Cult of the Possessed, and then you just got fucking a big lizard that walks by. You're like, oh boy, you can smoke. You can smoke it, yeah. Canonically, Skaven sometimes chew little tokens of it for extra power. Roll up some. Yes. If you think that sounds cool, so it is an old Games Workshop game, but however, it can be beneficial when a game dies, because if people like it enough, the fan community will carry on the torch. So here you go. This is Broheim, which is like, this also is not like secret info. This is very, very public. This is sort of like the big compendium of like all the rules. They basically did the thing where they took out, like they cut out the rule book and they kind of reworked it a little bit. I also recommend this other website, which is the Mordheimer, which is a very nice online collection of like easily indexable rules and just like all the war bands kind of laid out. Mordheimer is one of those websites that like, if you have like a lunch break and you're like, I don't want to just aimlessly browse Twitter for 8 million years. Go on there and just look up war bands. You could spend a lot of time looking at cool war bands. It's very legit. It is very, very legit. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about, where it's like the game is dead, but it's also technically really never been more alive. There's still people doing events. I think I'm going to be... Supposedly, I might be going to Nemo, and it's either Nemo or Under the Dice Fest in the fall, which is like the big Connecticut. It's a big East Coast Mordheim and other bullshit convention, which I'm excited about. I would very much like to go. I would like to go and then get into a fist fight with the Hive Scum people. They'll kick my ass. They'll absolutely kick my ass. It would not, no contest. But like, it'd be fun. It's kind of like it's like an Inc 28 event, so it's kind of like a lot of like indie wargaming and like grimdark people and stuff like that. There's a lot of that kind of scene too. Also has roots in like hardcore music, which I will fully admit that like hardcore is a scene that has just totally skipped me by. I know there's like overlaps with like metal and punk, but like I actually don't know if you were like explain what differentiates hardcore music from like other genres. I don't think I could tell you. But there's kind of that like energy to it as well. Like I think a couple of the people who like play in that run it, I've previously been in hardcore bands, which is interesting because like sometimes you get this like interesting logic for stuff. It's like whenever I miss a big event or anything really cool where like there's a lot of like my peers or whatever, I get hit with intense crippling FOMO. It sucks. It's the worst. But like, I guess when you're in like kind of a background like that, where it's like you can't watch every show, so you just wait till you meet up with people and you trade stories about shows, like kind of like neat little, just like neat little tales from the road. And I'm like, oh, that's a neat way to look at it. I don't think I could ever truly do that. I get FOMO if I don't like, what's it called? Like, if I want to go out to eat somewhere and, like, the road's closed or, like, the place closed early, I think about it forever. Like, I lock the fuck in for dumb shit like that. So the idea of just being like, yeah, no, there's this cool event. I missed it. It's fine. Let's see. Let's say, Mr. Marge Simpson. How you doing? How you doing? Ooh. Let's see, went to Warhammer. Yeah, apparently they've done like, it was like the like this big recent trade show apparently did like a real bad job, because like at the end of the day, Games Workshop doesn't care about those. Like if you're Games Workshop, why would you give a shit? Why would you give a shit about like a booth at like Salute or whatever? You're Games Workshop. You have video games that advertise for you now. Other war game companies couldn't even dream. But it's also just kind of like, yeah, no, it's their own thing. It's they're out of the loop of like the kind of beating heart of the hobby. But also, you know, I also still play Games Workshop games sometimes, so I'm guilty of sin as well. I'm painting Warhammer models right now, actually. In fact, it be like that sometimes. But yeah, no, that tracks it. That's kind of why there are people that are like, it's just like a thing you run into these days where there's some people that are like deathly allergic to the idea of like doing things that aren't official. They're like, oh no, I can't play with you. This table is not tourney official and stuff like that. You run into those kind of people a lot more and more, like the idea of like, oh no, I need official lore, or I will shrink into a corn cob and explode. Like that kind of stuff. And like those people are desperately waiting for Games Workshop to pick Mordheim back up again. It's really funny. Like, once again, it's in the best state the game has probably ever been in, with the most events that Mordheim has ever seen. And yet there are people that are like, seems pretty good, but I'm going to wait for Games Workshop to do something about it. Like, okay. Okay, friendos. I would like to think that when people watch me paint, they get encouraged to like check out the hobby and do their own thing and don't be beholden to any one company or idea or whatever. But like, that's kind of one of the reasons I like to keep doing the things I'm doing for that reason. But like, there are some people that just won't. They just won't forever. The idea of doing anything but painting Ultramarines, heavy metal style, like on the box art, anything beyond that is scary, and they will never do that. Like the amount of people they're like, oh my god, Games Workshop painted a starter box as Blood Angels? Oh my god, I could paint Blood Angels. I've only painted blue, but I could paint red. I mean, that's kind of a bit of a hyperbole, but like, it's not that far off. Not that far off. Dare you make fun of my afflictions? Too bad, nerd. Yeah, I think I need to get like a slightly get my bore brush for this. Soup. But yeah, I also do. I do gotta work my way, because like I like we're also hitting the off-kai season again, and I know as sure as fuck I'm not going to off-kai. I definitely know I'm not going to off-kai. I would like to, because every VTuber I've ever talked to are like, it's a magical place, and I met so many wonderful people. I met every Oshi, every single one in a row, and we hugged and kissed and frolicked in the field, and it was great. And then when I left, they gave me a golden ticket that says, one day use this and you'll know. And like it's like, oh, I miss that. I miss that every time, just because it's West Coast. But I'm like, honestly, that's fine. The things I really want to do is I really want to go, like, it's kind of weird that like there are some people that are like, I don't match the perfect idea of VTubing. I'm not a VTuber anymore. I don't believe that, but I do think a lot of my peers that I need to like really look into are people doing like this kind of stuff, really. Yeah, I mean, every now and then they do re-releases. They do but I would also say too, like, unless you're like, I need the official metal ones, people make recasts and shit of those all the time. They do all that. I mean, in that case, like if you have 100 models that you're not feeling creative about, I mean, it's either one, you got to get like really efficient on how you paint those up, or two, like, why are you painting 100 models? Like, if you're painting it for, like, a game you're going to be playing, that's fine, but also, like, you could also just take those 100 models, render them in the parts, and use them to kit bash new models that you give a shit about. That is also an option. You can control your destiny that way. But yeah, no, I mean, it would be kind of nice if G-Dubs did more releases of some of their classic stuff. But I also think these days, like, especially, I will say too, also, 3D printer is clutch. Get a 3D printer is clutch for that if you can. Because, you know, there are people like Vtuber Minis that just make Mordheim and stuff. Oh, fucking Vtuber. I've not subbed to them for a while because sometimes, like, you know, I don't need a lot of humans. They did modular beastmen, and I'm like, ooh, that's like a chaos niche that I've actually, like, basically never touched. I've never really done anything with beastmen. I'm not a Thousand Suns guy, so I've never painted a Zangor. Nurgle got some cool Pestigors recently though, which were neat. But it's like them and the what's it called, like. Not Crimson Fist, the Red Corsairs. There we go. I was like, I know eventually I'll find Red. Red will eventually work its way back to me. When those came out, I was also, like, not doing great financially, so I just didn't buy them either. But it's like it was a they do look nice. They do look nice. So how you doing, Jack? How you doing? Hey, yeah. So what I did recently is, like, A, I've been playing Mordheim with my local crew. And B, like, you know, I've had these guys legitimately since the starter box. I bought the starter box. I was like, I'm gonna get in the Kruleboyz, and I didn't. But yeah, the lads. So I will say that I have kit bashed them a little bit. I will kit bash them a little bit, mostly just to give them different weapon. Yeah, there's all, like, exactly, you can do whatever you want. There's also, there's, like, a weird trend recently where people are making Space Marine stick figures, where basically you use the sprue to make, like, a stick figure body, and then you give it a Space Marine head and a gun. So even people who are doing just, like out and about weird, goofy bullshit, like, they're making that real. Also, what I was thinking about for these guys is I want to do, like, a yellowish kind of, I want to do kind of like a dark, dirty yellow cloth, and then eventually have, like, bright yellow scare shields. I'm gonna try this. Why did I put it up like this? Oh. Dark green brown from Pro Acro. I'm gonna try that. Let's see, which one do I want to? You. He's got like a nice flowing cloth on the head. Actually, I might just get this little chunk in the back. Technically, all the cloth is segmented, but I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with segments. But yeah, no, you could definitely do, like, because, like, I will say, if you don't care about, like, Warhammer brand Warhammer, minis can be pretty cheap. Like, the fucking, like, WizKids D&D minis, you got Reaper stuff, you got used minis, you got all kinds of stuff. King and Yell. Like, I've been thinking about King and Yell. Like, it's weird. King and Yell is, like, one of those things that, like, I keep meaning to get around to reading because there's a lot of things that I enjoy or kind of, like, semi-enjoy that sort of touch tips with it. Also why I've been reading the Ravenor series, because I keep hearing that apparently in the Beckwin books there's some real crazy bullshit involving someone who goes by the King in Yellow, and I'm like, okay, you know, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by crazy bullshit. And once again, Ravenor, the Eisenhorn, the Inquisition series, it's just so strange because it doesn't feel really, it feels so different than, like, anything 40k. Like, it's like, I can't imagine that, like, I just imagine, like, basically, like, Star Wars Bond villains for a lot of the people. Like, I thought the Eisenhorn books were starting to feel a bit more 40k, and, like, Ravenor has been very, very different. It's probably because there's a major plot point are cogitators, where it's just like, it's like, yeah, they're doing a lot of computers and hacking and bullshit, which is like which can feel a little strange. So we got the lad. See, like I said, I'm gonna wait for this little chunk to dry before I hit it. What's the other? So I got that. I got this dirty gold brown, and then yellow ochre. Let's see if like what would be like a good collection of. Okay, the ochre is basically the same. I guess I could use a bright yellow to maybe mix in at the very end just to kind of brighten it up a teeny bit. Yeah, oi, it's getting yellow. How you doing, Burnmouse? How you doing? Happy June indeed. Green is going well. The green part actually went really well. This is just the base coat. I needed to go and do maybe some like, secondary shades and maybe do like a couple of dark layers in the recesses. Right now I'm testing cloth. I want their cloth to be kind of like a weird gross yellow. Maybe what I can do though. I'm waiting for them to dry. How you doing, 14? How you doing? I have some other Kruleboyz. I got these boys. These guys are like the like sniper teams, and you're like, oh boy, there's a lot of detail in these fuckers. I can at least get them a little green. Though. So I'm waiting for the other one to dry, because these guys are going to be my bow boys. Though I kind of wonder, actually. I think these are good, but I think they're almost over-designed for boys. Like, I think I could just take a couple of chumps like this and just cut off one of their hands and give them a bow, and that might be a bit better. Yeah, it's been kind of up and down where I've been, where it's between like rainy and not rainy. Oh yeah, I could do the bases. What am I doing? Is that? Yeah, you did. Let's go. Yeah, they're really greebled out. But like, I'm trying to build. What I want to do is like, I'm building. So basically, I've taken these guys, which were meant for more like Age of Sigmar stuff, and moving it to Mordheim, which is like a little bit lower, with a lot lower power level. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save them for elites. Like, if one of my bow boys gets a promotion, I'm like, all right, you're the promoted bow boy now. It's also really fun in Mordheim. Orcs have a thing that, like, unless you're a leader, you have a chance that you like, get, like, 1 in 6 chance. I mean, oh, this is all fantasy. It's, yeah, exactly. But every orc has a 1 in 6 chance of doing a separate table. And that separate table, if you roll a 1 on that one, they go and punch one of your own dudes. If you roll a 6, they charge towards the enemy, and then if you roll like a 2 through a 5, they're like, you can't tell me what to do. I ain't gonna do shit. My bad British goes bad Australian like very often. So sorry. Which you're like, oh, that kind of sucks. And then also orcs have less heroes to start out with, which in Mordheim heroes aren't necessarily stronger. They can be if you're like leader hero, but they're not necessarily stronger. The benefit they get is that the more heroes you got, the more money you got. So orcs don't got money and they can punch each other. However, orcs have beautiful stats. Orcs all have like really solid toughness. They tend to get high strength pretty well. So they're good. Like they're good for that. They're definitely good for that. It's just kind of funny how that works out. So ideally, like if you like, I have to imagine if you can get all your 6 heroes via promotion, which is why you want to run a lot of boys, so they can potentially rank up. You could just go buck wild. Yeah, accent drift is a really serious condition that I suffer from, where all accents eventually become shit Russian or shit Southern. That's just kind of how it is. The drift is real, and it always takes me down to around that point. Yeah, it's also funny too because you can also run goblins in this army, and goblins are pretty good because they're cheap bow holders. You don't want to start with really any goblins because you really want your 6 heroes before you expand out and get you some goons. But the goblins are cheap, and they can also use squigs, and squigs are incredibly cheap, and they're incredibly damaging for their value. But the problem is if a goblin is not shepherding the squig, it'll just go feral and just start randomly bouncing across the field. And when that happens, you can't reclaim it during that match, which is very funny. But also, it's like 15 cash monies for a thing that will kill like pretty decent human heroes if it gets in there, which is very, very good. Yeah, I think it's like, I think inherently because Australian is kind of like, like English that has warped over years and years and years. I think like as a filthy Burgerlander, I have British, I have Australian in my head as a thing, and it's just like I pretty much just kind of like speed run the changing of the British accent to the Australian accent in like one conversation though. Yeah, I'm very curious how that orc mechanic is going to work out, because on some hands I feel like I'm going to get a good story out of it, and other times I'm just going to be like, fucker, buddy, I need you to hit the guy. I need you to hit the guy. Now we're all fucked. Throwing things out. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's like, yeah, legitimately, like, donating minis feels really good. Once again, I'm very thankful that my local scene has like a pretty good bit swap. Like, I brought in a big bag of Tyranid bits that I got from a different bit swap to those people. Someone was like, I need some bits, and I'm like, oh yeah, here you go. Here you go. How you doing, your dogs? How you doing? I'm painting the dirt. Up in the dirt. Yeah, just Australian colonization, any percent? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I'm gonna try this gold brown now. Yeah, it's an odd spot, because like I'm trying to like that's why I'm trying to go back and get like all these like these Star Wars Legion models. It's like I've been eyeing playing Mandalorians for Star Wars Legion. And now that I've gotten their rules, I'm like, maybe. But then also the Armageddon box is coming out, so it's like, well, maybe what I need to do is I need to work with the Star Wars I got right now, and if I do good, maybe I'll pick up some other shit. Maybe in a bit. For context, a lot of the maybe is the fact that like I have this problem with Star Wars Legion. It's not a bad game, but what happens is that there's four main armies. There's the Republic, there's the Confederation of Independent Systems, there's the Empire, and then there's Rebels. But every now and then they'll release like a special funky extra faction. They'll be like, oh, you can run Ewoks, or oh, you can run Darth Maul and his Shadow Collective. And I love that shit a lot. But when you do that, basically your army is kind of stunted, because those are all like, oh, this is like a cool little thing we did. It's going to get updates, but like don't expect this to ever be like main level a thing. And like the Mandalorians are that a little bit. Like technically you can splice them a bit more into Rebels and stuff like that, but oh, not only can you run Ewoks, they are a very solid tournament viable list, because Ewoks are cheap as shit and you could dude spam like a motherfucker. You run, I would actually argue that not Votan. I would say that I keep falling in love with the Imperial agents of Star Wars Legion, which hurts a lot more. How's how you doing, Derp? How you doing? Oh yeah, you dude spam like crazy. But yeah, you run a shitload of Ewoks, Leia, Han Solo, and then Chewbacca and the AT-ST. Which is actually like a really, really solid thing. And here's the thing. I was starting to do Ewoks. But the problem is that you need so many Ewoks, and they only work in Ewoks. But on the other hand, now that I have a 3D printer that I'm actively using, I'm just like, oh yeah, I could just 3D print Ewoks. I'm not going to like a tournament. I don't give a shit. And like here, I can show you one thing that I've been working on a little bit. It's still very, 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 like I gotta get the base done and get everything finished. Let me get this a little too thin. I can always go back to, I guess it's also just like a base layer for yellow anyway. So the thing is, like, you need, like, every box of Ewoks is, like, basically, like, $50 for, like, 10 of them. And you need, like, 3 5-man squads, maybe, like, 2 or 3 slinger squads. You need a lot. I've been 3D printing Ewoks, by the way. But yeah, check this big boy out. It's a big boy. It's a big boy. I got this from my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids, ages ago. And then there's like I kept it apart, and like this is an old, like I can tell that I like left little like mold, like little connection lines and stuff I gotta fix. But yeah, this is the AT-ST. Legion is 32mm scale, so like, so for context, this is a pilot. But yeah, so and then there's little Chewbacca that you put in the cockpit. There we go. So yeah, no, the like you run the smallest unit and then probably the tallest unit. It's great. And like I've been working on the base as well. Like all the bases are really interesting for Legion because the vehicles have these little notches. Because you attach a little measurement stick and then you put it on there and then you pick it up and you put its back on the other side of the measurement stick. It's kind of neat. It's a very weird back and forth. So on one hand, a lot of war games do that these days. Because I don't think you can get gonk droids. No, you can get basically every gulp shitto special droid that the Sis made though. That's pretty legit. You can get like crab droids and aqua droids and basically every flavor of battle droid. You can sometimes get medical droids for a couple rebel guys and some other stuff, but I don't know if they actually have models. It's all good. 14. Have a good night and take it easy, yo. But yeah, I've been printing Ewoks. I've been printing Ewoks as of late, so I can get them together. Yeah. It's like one of those things. It's like you know, if you've ever dealt with somebody who it's like, well, they take forever to measure or they fudge the measurements. Technically, for a game that's supposed to be a little bit more competitive and also to speed things up, it does. You know, if you're like, they move 3, okay, get the 3 measurement out. But it also means that like luckily there's people that 3D print shit now. So this doesn't really happen for a lot of these proprietary ones necessarily. But like, you know, if this game died and you're like, I would like to play this. I would like to play this. I mean, the another nice thing about Legion is if you want to kit bash, they do actually have dedicated, like, it's also, this is another thing I run into though, which is tricky. I'm a very your dudes guy, and Star Wars is a very on your dudes franchise. Like Star Wars Legion has like every named character that's like the big character. You're never going to make your OC do not steal more or less. You're going to be running Luke Skywalker. Not in like every rebel list, but also like Cassian Andor or like Leia. Or like if you're running one of them, like the named Mandalore characters from like the Clone Wars, stuff like that. But they do have these little kit bash customizable, build your own rebel operative or build your own like Jedi Knight for the Republic. How you doing, Celia? How you doing? So there's something there. How's you doing, Manita? How you doing? I was showing off Chewie, and also I might be painting this bad boy, the ATRT, this weekend maybe. So yeah. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I was looking at Mandalorians, because you can build your own clan, and then one of the clan benefits is getting the minivan, which makes me big happy. There's a dedicated assault, like basically space van in Star Wars Legion, and it's great. It's beautiful. It's competitive. It's a big fuck ass van. You can put a medic in there. It's great. You can put a special named character that doesn't actually have a model, I don't think. Named like Shiv, whatever the fuck. And he can lead from the van. So it's like, yeah, but yeah, Mandalorians technically give you a little bit more like customization variety stuff, but like, you don't learn how to do that. I mean, it's the fair. I will say resin printers are significantly less finicky if you ever find yourself needing to fuck around in that area. This is paint so thin. Is there a bounty hunter faction? No, that's something that I find very strange about Legion. Okay, yes and no. You can run, like they do it. You can run like a Boba Fett. You can run like the Cad Bane or whatever. And there's not like a whole ass faction for them though. The closest you ever really got was the Shadow Collective, which was kind of like assorted criminals and they're not even really bounty hunters in that one, just scoundrels, I guess. But yeah, at this point, Bounty Hunter is just kind of just Mandos, really. Which, I mean, hey, they seem cool. And I was debating, like, looking into getting in them, but also, like, the timing is kind of weird now with the fact that I'm getting the new model rigged is it's throwing a lot of my more frivolous purchase ideas out of disarray for a while. So how you doing, Kobe? Oh god, yeah, no. FDM's printers are nice because you can print big terrain and you don't have to be as cautious with them, but also like, fuck, if they break, they're just fucked up. Yeah. If you see the claw on there, I'm getting a very, it's the Dark Souls of Halbers. It's don't worry, it's not like a major like I will still be the same under all that armor, but there will be armor, which is pretty great. How you doing, Nana? How you doing? How you doing? Once again, I really love that I showed everything to Nazuna Mama, and she's like, she's you know she's a very polite Japanese lady. She would never say it like this, but she more or less is like, how our neurons are like, we have the exact same taste. My neurons are activated. This is gonna be great, which is pretty good. Yeah, I had a clog that took so long to take out of my FDM printer, the Centauri Carbon, which is supposed to be pretty easy to deal with. And then one of the screws came stripped. I had to get really lucky with finding a hex wrench size to remove it. And then when I did that, after all that time, apparently something fucked up with the auto leveling, and then now the nozzle scrapes the build plate. And I'm like, fuck off. Yeah, you can run kind of bounty hunter-ish without doing Mandos, but it's kind of weird. Which is a shame, because it's weird, because like when I've played other Star Wars games, like what's it called? Like Destiny, I always really like when like X-Wing. X-Wing is where I did the most like scoundrel things. I always like the kind of like the criminal element of Star Wars as a faction. I like playing with Slave One and miscellaneous ship B. That's like a piece of shit. It's like a piece of shit, but the pilot's really good, so you can do cool tricks. Or I've heard spinning is a good trick, like that kind of shit. Yeah, definitely like all the little like rags will need another coat, and that's fine. Yeah, exactly. It's a fun underworld. Like I like, it's super fun, and like I finally gotten like the nice thing about getting Comcast. Like I will say the overall Comcast, other than like the one oopsie when I was starting streaming for the first time with it, and like something locally broke that they ended up fixing. Like the internet has been fine, and streams have been good, and also I have free Disney Plus now, so I'm like, maybe I'll get around to watching The Mandalorian. Probably just season 1, because from my understanding, that's before it kind of got all like, oh, Grogu is marketable plushie, and when they were just kind of doing like, oh yeah, we're doing like a space western. Like that sounds fun, you know. I think that's all I really need, so I can just get that like grimy Star Wars kind of underworld stuff, because it's, like I said, the underworld's really fun. It's super fun. It does come with the cost, indeed. Oh yeah, you can. I forgot that Weequay Pirates are a thing, because I know you can run them in Shadow Collective, and then if you're really crazy, you can just run Hondo and all of his dudes, which is like, even in terms of like the Star Wars Legion sub-factions, like why would you do that? Why would you do that? I do also want to watch all of Andor, because like there are people that I trust they're like Andor fucks incredibly hard. And I'm like, oh, okay, I generally trust you, so I'm gonna take your word for it. It's like people like Mint Costello, that I'm like, oh yeah, no, you know your prestige television. I'm gonna give it a go one of these days. Oh, that's true. They do have the new speeder tank too. Yeah, how you doing, Deacon? How you doing? Yeah, like I feel like they were pretty good on. I think I avoided the episode on Mandalorian season 1, because like I'll get around to watching this someday. But yeah, dog do know what's going on. Peyton works. Every IP I grew up. Yeah, I mean, fair. I think for me is that like, I don't mind things existing for merchandise. Like it's dumb, but like sometimes, like, you know, I bought an ATST mini with Chewie in it because that's kind of fun. Is that absolutely just like dumb nerd merch peddling? They didn't need to make a Chewbacca and an ATST mini for the Star Wars like miniatures game. There's a regular ass Chewie that's just, you know, Chewbacca. That's fine. That's all you need. But I'll buy a dumb toyetic thing for a dumb toyetic moment. That's cool. But the problem is that, like, whenever I see Grogu, and like, as somebody who has not watched any Mandalorian, he just kind of stands there and just looks like a baby and coos, and then like you can tell that they're just hoping like the urge to protect will activate in so many people, and then the urge to like play with his teddy bear friend activates in the other audience, and then just that's it. You don't need anything anymore, except for apparently that's getting its shit wrecked in the box office. So, oh no, it turns out you need things, you know? Hey, now they also have, oh yeah, you mean like in the game, fair. I thought you talked about just like I was like, hey, now they got log. They got log. Yeah, it's like that. Or just like not change anything new. It was also really funny too because I've been in like a weird kind of like, not that I'm getting back into Star Wars as a thing, because I mentioned before that like my extended family are like Star Wars people, like have been Star Wars people since like the OG Star Wars. So it's not like super locked in. Like my direct like adopted parents weren't like big Star Wars people, but like my cousins definitely were, cousins and uncles and stuff. But like that was kind of in there, and I've been part of me's been like feeling the urge a little bit. I've realized that like I've never like every now and then I get reminded of the Yuzhang Vong, and I know people shit on them for being weird and stupid and like 90s and 2000s edgy. But the thing is, I like 90s and 2000s edgy, and I kind of like their designs, and I like the very rough idea that there's these weirdos from outside the galaxy that's just wrong. So I'm like, maybe, like, I don't know, I'm super curious about actually maybe finding out about, like, they'll never show up in Disney. I have to imagine that they're just like, whoa, that's weird. Same way with the, God, what was the species? Not Feline. Feline or canon. God, it's from the Courtship of Princess Leia. They had the Happies. Oh, from the First Legion. Oh no, these are from the Kruleboyz starter box for Age of Sigmar 3rd edition. Yeah. How you doing, Picanor? How you doing? So yeah, I keep like I'm super. It's always weird because I like. It's kind of interesting because you do kind of almost see weird parallels between like 40K stuff and Star Wars, but also like it's interesting because Star Wars came from a very like movie background, very like main character focus, and like I'm very much like into the weirdos and the gulp shittos and the strange like little experiments they did that didn't really work out. Like I know out there is a comic that stars Luke Skywalker's grandson who's just like a space weirdo. Like he's just like some like weird douchebag guy. Just being Luke Skywalker's like grandson or descendant, I forget which. I was like, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that over like the same kind of stasis we got going on. Where it's like, oh, what version of the Empire are we fighting again this week? Okay. Wow, Disney, wow, you sure love showing us things we've seen before. I love it. Grandson, there we go. He's more. Oh, okay. I feel like I feel like I've heard them before. Let me take a look. I have indeed not heard of them before. Though, like, you know, like when you see like a really Web 1.0 website and you're like, oh, these guys know what they're doing. Oh shit, almost ad break time. Let's ad break it. BRB. Wow. How you doing, that guy? How you doing? Oh, I could use some ribs too. Ribs sound great. Please, baby, back. This is gonna be stuck in my head forever now. We're back. How's it doing, Jason? Welcome. Depends on what you mean by fanatical, but I mean, orcs definitely orc very, very heavily all the time. So like you can basically say that. And also, I guess if you're not very orky around them, they will beat the hell out of you, as one does. How you doing? I've returned. I was working a little bit just on some more highlights and some stuff. Keeping in mind. Oh yeah, we're doing all of the this is another like every couple of streams I have to do just listen to all the Neil Susariga mouth albums. It's just tradition at this point. I mean, I like it. It's a good tradition, but like it is very tradition. What I'm thinking about doing for the medals at the stages, I'm just gonna go. I feel like a funky little bone charm. I want to try the idea of maybe just painting directly with my typical red rust color. I'm gonna be doing yeah, I'm doing dark flesh tone, which I typically use for a lot of my metals, just because like it's a nice bright, it's like a nice warm rust, which I think is pretty good as a layer. Yeah, excited with the golfs. Yeah, exactly. I still weird because when I just associate AC/DC with like exercise, like weightlifting music, because that's just the most I've ever weightlifted was when I was taking a class where people would only play that. Oh, bye, Jason. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, oh god, ribs sound good. Ribs is like, I don't think I've ever had bad ribs, but I don't go out of my way to get ribs like nearly often enough. Maybe I do just gotta find a Chili's. I don't really see Chili's very often. I mostly see what's it called? I mostly see like Applebee's and stuff these days. Maybe like. I kind of assumed that Red Lobster was dead too until recently though, but I did see a local Red Lobster, so like maybe the tradition, maybe it's still alive out there, just waiting for me. How you doing, Toto? How you doing? Thank you. My music tastes are nothing if not sublime. I think even then that's fine. As long as they taste good, I don't mind ribs being dry. But yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I guess I meant more like baby back ribs. I don't think I've had bad baby back ribs. I can clarify it a little bit. Oh, you gotta do that thing where it's like I don't live for other people. I live for grandma. Which I think that's like sweet. I think that's kind of like the most noble lifting goal, followed by just like, you know, doing it for yourself and your own health and stuff like that. I think both those are really like, yeah, not that there's ever a bad reason. If somebody's like, yeah, I want to exercise for selfish reasons, like, yeah, okay, cool, do it. There's no downsides to this as long as you're nice to other people. I keep hearing that like apparently Red Lobster, like those like all you could the tale that I have been told, which I don't know how true it is that those all unlimited like shrimp deals just fuck them up real bad. And I wonder if it's like one of those like Costco like $1 footlongs where it's like, well, we can't not do that. We're Red Lobster. If we don't have Shrimp Fest, what are we? What are we doing? Without Shrimp Fest, we shouldn't be alive. We should just perish. Yeah, I'm sure it's a myth. I think it's probably more like every other company where they're just poorly managed and they just don't adapt with the times. I guess the question is like I don't know if my generation onward really goes to those like basically those like sit down restaurant chains, because like a lot of times now you can just, you know, just go, you could just go to like a mom and pop place that sells whatever and have a good time. But like growing up, it was kind of like a weird implication that was like, oh no, we're mind you, my family grew up white trash is all hell, so the idea like, ooh, we're going to a Red Lobster tonight. It's a special night. That does live in my brain, so I'm fully willing to believe there's a little bit of like weird like redneck contamination going on there. Oh, okay. Oh, it always goes back to fucking like property, doesn't it? God damn it. Why is it like this? Nobody can buy homes, and not even Red Lobster can buy a home. This is bullshit. I'm contacting my local senator. And be like, local senator, it's fucked up. We need Red Lobster back. I don't think people care about Red Lobster though. I have not been to Red Lobster in a while. But yeah, no, there was like very distinct memories growing up of like, it'd be like roughly around Christmas time when my family's doing a lot of Christmas shopping. We would go to the mall. We would do a lot of shopping. I would stay very patient and watch all the family members do like clothes shopping and other bullshit. And they're like, okay, little Hal. And by little, I mean like fucking like up to like middle school. You can go to your 3 stores. Because all my 3 stores were next to each other. It was a Hot Topic, it was an EB Games, and it was a book retail chain that I don't remember. But the reason why it's important is because it was the one place you could buy manga in the mall. AKA, hell yeah, living the good life. And then afterwards, we go eat fucking Red Lobster, hell yeah. I don't remember what it was called. I think it like some just generico like mall book chain or whatever. Yeah, no, it's like sometimes it's like I understand that like a lot of my memories are shaped by the fact of just like very blatant consumerism. Not that like, you know, like, because like I wonder sometimes if that's what led to this. I mean, this sounds dumb, but hear me out. Where it's like, yeah, no, I buy minis that I don't necessarily need because yes, early on buying things so is like mingled itself in my brain. Like that could be very real. I don't know. I think the dark path to becoming a VTuber was just is like, I think as soon as you discover what anime is, and then like if you're hardcore enough that you're like, I can, like what's it called? They're like, I can become that. Like that was very reasonable. Like I think if you told any otaku in like 2008 that they could become anime in like 10 years, like more than 10 years, but close enough, they'd be like, oh fuck yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, I keep hearing that there's like apparently like some YouTuber found out that there was like somebody like trying to cheat someone out of like thousands of dollars of Legos, and then apparently it's pulling apart this like big Mormon local police like corruption scandal, which is pretty wild. But that's the only context I really know. Which is not surprising, I guess, to weirdly enough. Like I like, you know, there are like Utah is a very like, you know, that is where they're at. Quite heavy down. I mean, I'm hoping they get exposed for this and, you know, get that corruption like scandal, like, you know, exposes stuff. I'm not against like big Mormon, but I think if somebody is like doing cheaty favors for someone else for religious reasons, that's the separation of church and state and whatnot, you know. I think that's fair. We're going to the mall. We should go to the big fancy mall. Yeah, we never ate in the food court, but otherwise, yeah. The closest we got to the food court specifically is there was a Fazoli's nearby, and once again, like, I cannot tell you how excited I was to eat cardboard covered in fettuccine sauce growing up. I was so jazzed. Yeah, it's like every now and then you get those like combinations of words that if you're like, if I told someone about this, I would sound insane. I would sound crazy if I said, yeah, Lego Mormon scandal, but here we are. It do be like that sometimes. Not necessarily, because like there are some interesting things. Like, you know, understandably, there are people that are like, VTubing is the bastardization of anime. It's a thing that I like that has been kind of co-opted by people I necessarily don't. And it's one of those things that, like, talking about him, probably. On a hamburger? No. I did grow up with a hamburger helper. No, Fazoli's is just basically but going to a store to buy hamburger helper. I'm gonna be real. But like, there are some people that strongly dislike it, to be fair. So I do get that. But for me, like, learning about Kizuna Ai on the bus was like a very magical moment. It's actually something I was starting to write about in like the blog post I did. Oh yeah, I don't think I've linked that in a while. I still need to do more with that, but I in fact now have a classic blogger blog. If you would like to read a singular post that I've done, you can. It's real. I will be doing more in there. Don't worry. I'm gonna get like a proper shout out and whatnot. Stuff it. That'd be like the one time I'd be happy. I'm upset at Patreon for like fucking over a lot of people for doing like very like above the board, not safe for work stuff and just canning them. Payment processors are actually the devil. They're the worst. It's been good. It's been good. Appropriate corporate culture. Listen, the rich people were not going to Fazoli's, but yeah, I know you kid. I know you're kidding. it's been nice. But I was like writing about. It's like I was originally doing like, well, the story of me becoming a VTuber back when I was in 2000 like 16. Was it 2016? If I remember right, I think effectively VTubing as we know it is like a decade old now. I think other people were doing things around roughly when Kizuna Ai, but Kizuna Ai did debut. When did she debut? It was. It's hard to find this. Okay, November 29th, 2016 on YouTube. So yeah, no, this November is effectively like the 10-year anniversary of the closest concept we have to like, I don't know, like it's even weird saying modern VTubing because VTubing evolved a lot between Kizuna Ai and even like HoloLive being a thing. How you doing, Muckrin? How you doing? BB goes, no, that's fair. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm excited for like I think the Milky Mama did a good job with my current model. I'm very excited for the person who's gonna be doing the new one. I'm very excited. I don't like it's like I don't want to say who they are yet, just because the model's not done and like I haven't paid for half of it. But when it'll be fun to reveal who when the big when everything drops, because they're a very nice person. They're a very nice person. For our toy. Hey, let's go. That makes me happy. That makes me so fucking. Oh no, my paints are leaking. My paint, they're not bad leaking, as in like the rust color I use is beginning to bleed into the cloth color I was using. That's why I like doing this stuff. That's why I like being a minis guy so much, is because I get to inspire people to work on things like that Dave might have like worked on over the years and abandoned, or paint some minis and don't like, some people are legitimately too scared and that's why they have a backlog, because they want to paint, but they're like, oh no, what if fuck up? And I'm also not immune to that as well. I still have a bunch of Kingdom Death minis and I'm like, I need to wait for the day I'm really good at skin. It was really funny. I was browsing my mini factory for 3D print stuff, and I saw a model that I'm like, it is, I don't know the best way to say this. It is a rogue lady with a gigantic ass. And I looked at it and I was like, this would actually be really good for testing skin values. I might have unironically found like my Kingdom Death trading dummy. It's really, hey, let's go. I mean, as long as you get them done eventually. I mean, I also think that's a nice thing about Gunpla compared to minis. So like, can you get lost in the sauce of Gunpla? Sure. But, like for minis, you're like I don't know. I have like a big thing I need to get together for a game, or like some expectation about it. I feel like with Gunpla you could be like, well, I got this kit, and I'm just waiting for like a good rainy day to do that. Love Zangors, but now, oh god, yeah, it's like, aren't Zangors cheap though? Can't you get Zangors like secondhand pretty cheap, or did they up in price just because people need them? Oh, Kingdom Death does have booty for weeks. I just need to eventually get that practice booty so I can like really work, because like this is the thing, I can do Greebly monsters all fucking day, but a lot of stuff I do is very like I don't do things that are just kind of like nice and detailed and clean and neat. How much ass? It depends on the mini, but the answer is generally yes. Generally yes. Hey, it's all good, Steve. Do the stuff, yo. Yeah, I've been doing that too. I've been consolidating boxes quite a bit just so I can have more space. Because like I found some stuff that like I found that I had a Marvel Crisis Protocol box, and that was because for a very while before, like I think this is before I was a VTuber, maybe. But like the scene I used to play Star Wars Destiny in, eventually when Star Wars Destiny died, everybody moved to Marvel Crisis Protocol. And I didn't do anything with them, and I found them again, and I'm like, I don't know. I think they've made new starter kits, so I don't think these are like would be worth selling. But I'm like, maybe if I could just take everything and just like put it in like a smaller box and just kind of like grind up the minis for bits. Like that would be pretty good. I'm like trying to get like the angles a little bit on here. It's really funny because like I don't give a shit about any of the heroes in there, but the fact that there's just like cars and like a little daily bugle. I'm like, I could probably do something with that. Wait, what? Wait, what's going on in Kingdom Death? I'll fully admit that I've been out of the loop for Kingdom Death proper for a bit, so I don't know. I don't know what they've been releasing as of late. It's probably some wild shit. How you doing, Elrune? How you doing? Welcome. Let's start layering some of that yellow on the fabric. A little dried up. I think so. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, no, I think I need a little bit more on the palette. I think it's starting to like leak in a weird way. I'm doing pretty good. I'm painting orc. I'm painting orc, and orc is always. I don't know if I'd say orc is always fun to paint, but I'm enjoying these guys. Is there like that right level of like they got some cool details, but also this is not like exhausting to paint. I fully admit that I don't really know the lore of the Kruleboyz. Like, not really. All my Age of Sigmar lore is weak. Like, I will fully... I'm like one of those people that, like, I don't hate them. Like, there's some people that still have, like, probably borderline performative grudges over Age of Sigmar. But, like, I have not gotten around to, like, reading any of the books and stuff. So I'm not particularly knowledgeable on about them. Layer that on a bit, like go in that same direction too. Because I feel like the more you can make the brushstrokes consistent, the better this is gonna look. Immortal Realms. That's fair. That's fair. I also remember at one point they were talking about mushing all the realms together, and I don't know if that ended up being just bullshit or not. It's hard to tell with rumors because a lot of stuff is kind of stupid. It's like I need a very specific color. Yeah, but I think basically, yeah, they are just, yeah, like what that guy's saying. They are just swamp orcs, which I think is fair. They're kind of like a nice halfway between orcs and goblins, where you get the kind of like that lanky weirdness to there. The models are very good. Like I said, the Nurgle wave that launched, I don't even remember when. Like it was like late last year or early this year. I forget which. Was really, really good. I really, really like them. They have like the right level of detail. They got some good chunky boy like physique to it. Overall, I was pretty happy with the way they handled those. I think the only downside is that the original Blight King's kit was one of my favorite kits of all time, and it's not their fault. They can never outclass that kit. Like that kit was just the goats. It's hard to replace. The Blight Kings they did release were pretty good. I painted one. But you can't beat the goat, you know. I think it's tricky because like people have talked about this for a while. That like, you know, hey, why do you need to sell a Space Marine? Don't make it look stupid. And that generally is not that hard. Like Games Workshop fucks up every now and then with like Devastators and like the lack of nipples on some of the Sanguinary Guard. Well, like those are like pretty minor examples these days, really. Like you're not really getting that a huge amount. But you gotta put your whole ass into making like because you know you can't crutch on the brand name for Age of Sigmar. So I think I also wonder if like you just do what's it called? I do wonder if they just do a thing where you're just like, okay, you're an intern. You can't you know how to make Space Marines, that's fine. Work on Space Marines for a while. It'll be cool. And then maybe you're like, okay, you've proven your chops. Go to Age of Sigmar now, and you can like really, really, really cut loose with the creative shit. Like I kind of always wondered if that was maybe the way that's supposed to go. Devastators are funny, but objectively, people did not like them. Though it's really funny the way I do love the way that like as somebody who did not hate the Defiler for many years, the amount of people who shat on it, and then once they swapped it to the new one, they're like, actually, I like the old Defiler the entire time. It had soul. I'm like, you were making fun of that shit last week, my guy. Don't you fucking soul me, you coward. Make them cheaper. Yeah, no, they'll never do that. They'll never do that. God, I want to get one of those big fuck ass cog forts, and they're like $210, and I'm like, nope. I could buy a whole Star Wars Legion army and some change for that. I'm like, I'm good. I like big castle mech. Big castle mech does warm my heart, but like I can't. Big castle mech too rich for my blood. Yeah, I think the new Defiler is pretty legit, and like I find the old Defiler kind of charming in the way that like I typically give a lot of older models the benefit of the doubt and to enjoy them, but there are people that genuinely were like come on, buddy, come on. Oh, the Defiler, I hardly know. I can't do that. Yeah, the crab robot thing. Out of all the ones to do that joke with, I'm like, oh, that's probably not the one. I've been conditioned though. Where's my? I'm like a little pincer motions because I'm looking for my paint flow improver. I know it's somewhere on my desk. I don't find it in like a sec though. For now, I'll give it for now. See, I like the new one, but there's always oh, I found it. Yay, let's go. This is just a blank old, I had a bunch of these like older mixer bottles that I just found recently. I'm like, oh cool, these are nice. A little bit of flow improver in there. I like my chaos vehicles to be big of flesh. I understand that some people, especially if you're like Iron Warriors condition, you're like, I like my chaos vehicles to be no flesh. I want them just to be big evil metal, and I understand. But you got to understand that I am pro flesh. I crave the flesh. Why not both? Fair. But I'm just saying, I will vote. And like the new Defiler it is big metal and big flesh. It is. It's both of those. But some people would much rather it be less flesh, and I get I can empathize. I understand where they're coming from. I just don't agree because big flesh good. Big flesh fucking nice. Yeah, no, that's also another. I still need to do that. I found once again the Big Sisters of Battle Rhino variant with the missile launcher in my pile of shame that I need to do something with. I did finally strip a bunch of paint. I found like a very, very crazy discount on a Chaos Predator a while back, and I just let that thing sit in my closet for a while. I will say I have been dialing back on buying models, but I did pick up some dudes at my shop's used bin. I don't know why. They were just like, hey, Mark III Horus Heresy Marines, $20 for 10. And I was like, okay, that's a good deal. And I was like, wait a minute. Notice what they were, and like definitely said yes, because 5 of those 10 was the Mark III like Praetorian Command Squad, which is normally like a whole $50 box. And then the other half were a bunch of autogun heavy support squad guys. I was like, oh shit, okay. I got super lucky. Once again, my shop's used bin is fucking insane. Wait, is Lost 18 years old to the day, or do you just mean like in general? I'm curious which one, because that doesn't surprise me, but fuck, I had somebody show me a video, like somebody was like, hey Hal, you're old, right? And they're like me, and I'm like, yeah. They're like, do you remember the hamster dance? And I was like, I do remember the hamster dance, indeed. And they linked me a video to the hamster dance for reminiscing. And that video alone was 17 years old. I was like, fuck. Ugh. 18 years, wow. Yeah. And fucking, it's funny because I feel weird because like, praising loss is praising like a really bad event that happened in some dude's life. But also, it's just like a relic of internet culture. It's such a fucking monolithic thing. It's crazy. It's so crazy. I remember that one. That's not one that I would think about a lot, but I do remember the dramatic hamster stuff. It's so good. Yeah, like legitimately, they are magic runes. They have transcended. They have transcended that into like Some people will just sneak like 4 trees into the background of their indie video game. And just if you look at the branches, you're like, motherfucker. And it's just kind of crazy. And it's like, do people these days still know about Lost? Like, is there anybody that doesn't know about Lost? Because I'll explain it. Because once again, explaining it makes me sound like an awful person. But like, You kind of have to. You kind of have to laugh because the situation is just buck wild. Onion Cat's still really good though, to be fair. That do be good. I need to wait for this guy to dry. Maybe I can get some. Yeah, I can get somebody else. Oh fuck! I gotta get a little bit of the cape around their like waist areas. It's fine. That's fine. I can do it anyway. Oh god, yeah. The fucking the robot unicorn assault thing hit like right when I was a freshman in college, so that was the perfect time. I mean, it's Charlie already posted the lines. We don't need more than that. But it is wow. The fact it's 18 years old. Wow. That's also why I like being a VTuber, because as a certified hag, I get to reminisce about bullshit with a captive audience, which is also nice in its own. I do enjoy that quite a bit. I mean, if you want to talk about the internet being colorless, I'm pretty sure that the fucking I mean, let me double check before I throw slander. Yeah, Nyancat was originally sold as an NFT, I remember, for a while ago. Like a while ago. I don't know if it's one of those ones that the actual creator did, or if that was a foreign Malaysia. Like, I don't know if the original creator did, or somebody just like, you know, not that NFTs haven't always been a scam, but definitely during the really early days, from what I understand, people were just like, hey, this is not mine. I have no ownership, but I'm going to sell it. I just think of that one asshole that was just like, yeah, so I wanted to make like a Inuyasha cryptocurrency, and I didn't ask for permission or anything, but hey, it's on the chain, bro. I can't do anything. It's on the chain. I was like, I wish many a heavy rock fall on you in your sleep. I mean, they shouldn't do that. They should not have done that indeed. But alas, greed. That's greed. This yellows turned out pretty good. I definitely want to, like I said, I'm probably gonna save the really bright yellows for the inevitable, like the scare shields. What a good example of the scare shield. Oh yeah. Hold on. So these are what these dudes looked like these ones. But I cut off the shield, which is like they're very good shields. They're very, very good shields, but also they got spears. I'm thinking about making these kind of like more elites. Like if the guys promote, they will get their own shield as kind of one little coming of age thing. I think you can give them shields too, but like it's once again it's the thing that the mechanics of Mordheim are kind of shitty. Like I like Mordheim, the community is great, and but a lot of times things are just kind of done on vibes, and you're like, it feels kind of counterintuitive to like want to like level up a dude when you just kind of want to get more chaff until you hit max chaff, and then you start upgrading to chaff. Yeah, I mean it's like I can't blame too much about Mordheim because it is a game made by Games Workshop in like the 2000s, so like. You know, they like a lot of learning and mistakes were made and stuff at the time. Like that makes total sense. Oh yeah, that's the feeling I want. I'm gonna eventually like dry brush it and stuff to bring back some of the color. But yeah, tetanus inducing is definitely a mood I want to convey via everything on these guys. Oh shit, he's got a he's got a little metal leg too. You guys, oh no, I'm using these guys for Mordheim. These guys are gonna be my boys, my vanilla boys. The ones that have not promoted and they are just still kind of like they're just still very much in henchman stage. And then eventually once they promote, I'm gonna probably swap them out to a painted up one with a shield, because I think it'd be cool. The boys, they do yearn for the mines indeed. I do that's what I'm gonna be using for the goblins for these guys. I got a bunch of the hobgrots. And the hobgrots are pretty legit too. So I'm gonna have like lankier orcs and like bigger goblins, but they still look good. That's the thing that I think is nice, that like even though some of the details are pretty high, they still look fine next to all the other Mordheim warbands, I believe. Like yeah, it's you, it's him. There you go, look at this lanky fucker. Back then, I spray painted them because I was like, it's time. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be real, and it did not be real indeed. It was not real at all. So I need to repaint the rocks on these and then dry brush them later. Get orc labors as unit. Or oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, not that I don't think they should. I just think that's just something Games Workshop doesn't want to do anymore. They're like, that was cool, but we're moving away from that because of the whole like. It kind of gets into that weird thing too when like the like. I think some elements of the whole like Grand Company, but basically Grand Alliance, the whatever, the like the good, destruction, evil, and chaos kind of thing. Right, chaos doors are chaos, but they should have some orcs, but orcs are destruction. But then you got beastmen that, for all intents and purposes, feel like they should be a destruction faction, but they have to be chaos because beastmen are chaos. I do think you occasionally get into weird shit like that. Meanwhile, death is pretty cut and dry. Are you a bone boy? You're working with Nagash. Hell yeah, let's go. And then put them back in the bags. No, take them out. Paint them. What are you doing now? What are you doing now, Lana? Get those fuckers out of that bag. I believe in you. Paint them. But yeah, I could have used these guys for rank and flank, but like, I think in order to get them working for that, I would need to get more. Honestly, these guys are. These guys are a project that I thought would be fun to do because I've had these and I want to like get them done. Could I buy more Kruleboyz? Maybe. I will say, my local shop has 1 million Kruleboyz because everybody got the starter boxes and nobody wanted them. If one day I was like, I wish for a Kruleboy army, I could probably get one for pretty cheap. Do I want one? Not really. Not really. Unless it was another one of those like, hey Hal, here's a free army, like theoretical scenarios. Like I would take it then, but otherwise probably not. I do like the ghouls. I like that they leaned a little bit more into adding like that kind of like they still think they're noble, so they're doing things kind of nobly, but all like fucked up and corrupt. Like the I know it's a little goofy, wacky, silly. The judge that had like the entrails for the hair, but I was like, I like that. I like that a lot actually. It's nice. That's true. 1,000 points aren't too bad. But these days, if I'm doing like fantasy stuff, I'm probably doing OPR regiments. So, I mean, I do have the Maggotkin that I can run for Age of Sigmar if I ever decide to get around the planet again. And I know some people near me are interested in doing that, but I have not really invested much effort myself. Oh, really? I'm kind of surprised because I thought the star set had like the default like dude. I guess that makes sense. I do want to do something with the. I know there was a guy named Kitbash Chaos. He's still around. Follows me on Instagram. I need to. He's like another one of those people that's pretty cool that I need to like maybe reach out to one of these days. Oh, it's these guys, right? Or if they do they have like a bigger one? But he did a video where he turned like the big fuck off boss on like the cool mount into something. And he was doing like corrupted Bretts, and like that's cool. I don't want to do corrupted Bretts, but that using that as a mount does seem very legit. I would like to do that. Get a little bit on. I was wondering if I take that original color and kind of put it into the recesses a little bit to kind of. I could even just kind of rub it all over, like, kind of smooth it. Oh, yeah, the Vulture Monster. I think the Vulture Monster was on sale at my shop for a while. I didn't get it because, like, I don't need a big fuck-off Vulture Monster, but it was cool. Whenever I see a war game and I do see their big centerpiece unit, sometimes I'm like, what if I big centerpiece unit? What if I do that? Which is probably one of the reasons I ended up with Chewie. I think it's just also over the years I have grown like a weird semi-ironic fondness for Ewoks. Which is funny because I was just shitting on Grogu earlier, and Ewoks were legitimately made for toys. I don't know. I feel like Ewoks got more sauce. Like I like that the little murder bears, they got their own shit going on. There's more than one of them, so you can have like different personalities. every time they show up in a video game, they're pretty fun. That is a thing, though. If I did get the Mandalorian box, it does come with a little Grogu. I would need to paint corporate approved. I wouldn't need to paint corporate approved Blorbo, but he would exist. I would own one. Oh god, everything Legion. I saw a new thing in my mailbox where they were showing off like a new Chimera monster. How you doing, Sam? How you doing? I've been working on the Kruleboyz today. I've been making decent progress. Nothing super crazy, but you know, doing good. Ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's do let me do a really quick thing. There we go. Let's go to the it looks like a Chimera Angelus. I'll probably pull that up just because I didn't actually see the whole thing. And for people who do not know, it is Nanners fan club has been reset for the appropriate era. Nanners is my wonderful, beautiful snake. She's doing very good. She's continuing to do a lot of big eeping. I'm probably going to feed her this weekend, assuming she eats. She's been eating pretty regularly though, so I can't complain too much, you know. But yeah, she's been big chilling, and she's been doing great. Hell yeah. And yes, welcome Toto Manzano to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan club. It's her. It's Nanners. There we go. I gotta know. I gotta look at that fucking Privateer Press newsletter bullshit. I need to know. I need to know what the fuck is up with the big Archangel Chimera thing. I don't show. Yeah, you know, your marketing worked. It's fine. I need to know. There's not much of a picture I could really show now. God, it keeps fucking with me because like they clearly remember on some primordial level in the same way that like when the troglodytes were driven from the earth into the caves that they remember that they were once man. So this is the Shadow Seraph from, I guess, the Chimera for the War Machine 4th edition. And like, once again, they make all the dragons these weird mechanical fuck dragons, which I dislike. But like I said, the design elements, they're just there. They're just close enough. Like I'm upset. I'm upset because like I can tell deep in there is something that is. Oh yeah, if you told me this was like I don't know. Yeah, if you told me this is a Yu-Gi-Oh dragon that you I'm thinking like an Xyz dragon. I'm thinking Xyz dragon that will negate bullshit as one does. Let's go here. No, I don't want this on my screen. Get this out on my screen. I think it's also valid. Could also be Digimon. How you doing, son? How you doing? I'm sad. I'm sad reminiscing. I'm just like, man. I think probably the closest feeling that I have to Legion of Everblight, like the squatting stuff is like I have to imagine that like most a faction that just kind of like maybe like a dwarf faction. I don't know. It's odd. Because a lot of factions that like kind of like died in the whole like Age of Sigmar stuff kind of died with like maybe not like with like grace, but they just fucked off. I think I do need to do another layer of brown on this. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they had stuff. What's like? It would be a faction that aped a lot of the visuals from another faction that the faction got killed. Yeah, I was like, cause like I was almost thinking Fire Slayers, but yeah, no, you could still like there were still enough dwarfs for a while that you could kind of like dwarf out and be fine. Yeah, I don't know. Huh? That sounds pretty legit. Yeah, I would say like War Games Crew. Every now and then I see their stuff. Were they the ones? Them or somebody else did these like big pig, Black Grail, and I do enjoy those quite a bit. I was like, oh, these are very nice. So I'm enjoying this new mud texture. This is I've been using like basically like earth shades from Vallejo, but like How's you doing, Moss? How you doing? I wouldn't say this is on accident. I was just like, you know, let me try a mud. Let me try a mud because I didn't know how much it would vary. And it looks edible, sorta. Like it kind of looks like overnight oats inside the container, which is very funny. But yeah, it does seem to work. Like the texture is pretty nice. Because I want to use those for those the forest base. Like this guy, his base. I want to eventually build that up to be very foresty because I want my rubbles to be kind of indoor themed. Because I don't really got anything that's like in the woods. I don't really got a lot of in the woods. Like I have a lot of like swamps and I got a lot of like blasted ruins. I don't have like a lot of forest stuff, you know. That's true. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. I guess recently-ish, yeah. I have a bunch of high elves for similar reasons back when I had aspirations of doing Cities of Sigmar. I was like, yeah, I could run high elves in here. You cannot. No, you cannot, friendo. How are the boys looking? What do you need? We need wrappings. What's it called? I do think let me make his little charm a wood charm just to kind of keep that in sync with everything else. I do think the yellow looks good on them. Like I said, I think especially once I like grind these guys up, I think they're like I think even already they're very like they'll be good fits for a Mordheim thing. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Little goblin away. He's fine. He's just taking up space. I will eventually, assuming I get this warband together. The weird thing is, it's like it's still going to take straight up like 12 models to get this warband together. So I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna, but before I bother on goblins, I'm gonna try to get enough to at least have a starting warband of orcs, and then if they live long enough to do anything, I'll proceed from there. And then I'll have some more time variety. It's also got a wooden charm. Fuck. Yeah, it's like I will never understand conceptually Games Workshop's weird autistic need to like separate all the lines. I get the rumor where they're like, if somebody buys like a Horus Heresy Marine that could be used for both games, they want to claim that as a Horus Heresy sale. If somebody bought a bunch of the like Dark Elves, they don't want people to think it's like, could this be an Age of Sigmar sale? Could this be an Old World sale? Like, conceptually, I get that. I still think it's stupid though, because I think the way you trick people into other games is hybridization, like letting their models work for multiple war games, but just enough that you might still want to like mess around with some new things. Because like when the reason I got into a lot of Nurgle stuff is because I had Skaven, and you could run Skaven Clan Pestilence stuff because I had the Nurgle tag. You could run that in like Magakin armies. It was bad. They weren't good, but you could. And there are some people doing like the occasional niche list with it, which was fascinating. V2 versus intro box set. Unfortunately, I think it's kind of what card games are like. I think that's like a very card game market, but I don't disagree with you necessarily. Like, almost like got drab brown and this dark dirt, and they're like basically the same color from the box. I don't know if they'll eventually look like that. Hopcuts have mud camo. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Should have picked up some more tan shades when I was at the shop. Oh shit, I could use Prairie Ochre too. Fuck. It's fine. It's too late. I've already done what needs to be done. There we go. There we go. I guess I do still have Steel Legion Drab in this little shitty shaker bottle. I guess I might as well keep using it until it runs out, and I can just get a bigger thing of Drab. Legitimately, this is now the one GW shade I use anymore. I don't know what I gotta do. They got like a bunch of little leathery bits. Oh, no, I should start with a darker. I should start with a darker brown. I should start with a darker brown and then use that over it. Nice. I got a saddle brown. Let me try that. Let me try saddle brown and then maybe. Oh. This is a problem though, where I have so many browns that I use for. Yeah, bootstrap brown and brigadine brown. Let me try brigadine brown, and I might build up from there. So many fucking browns. Oh, I've not been in this new place for like more than a month, and I already need to reorganize my paint desks. It's pain. It's pain. At least I will say this place is starting to feel like home. Like I've fully acclimatized to the routine. I'm just kind of like, yep, I get up, I go to work, and I drive this way and this place, and then I come home, and everything's kind of here. I feel like I've adapted, which is nice. Not that I didn't think I would, but it's kind of like, I've settled. But it also means the more I settled, I'm like, I've settled down. I gotta reorganize some shit a bit more. Yeah, it really is. Especially because like I think legitimately the very last thing that I needed was just get my 3D printer up and running, which right now it is not printing anything. I had some 3D prints going before stream. I could theoretically take off the printer if I wanted to, maybe during like one of the breaks. But nah, I don't need to. It's fine. I can do that tomorrow. I can do that tomorrow. I'm in no rush. Mostly at this point, it's like printing Ewoks, printing things for like Mordheim cobblestone. I've also started to a little bit to, besides the Ewoks, check out some other people who are doing Star Wars STLs. There's actually like a lot of really good people. Like there's people doing their own like kind of neat custom Mandalorian guys. Like way prior to any announcement from what's it called, from the Atomic Mass Games for Star Wars Legion stuff. They were just already doing that. I was like, oh shit, this is actually kind of nice if I ever want to, because I will say once again too, it's really nice how they price their boxes for that, because I was like, oh, this is gonna be like, I was expecting like G-Dubs bullshit, and they're like, oh no, this box is gonna be more expensive. It's gonna be $140 for a bunch of minis. I'm like, fuck, that's still a great deal. Still a real fuck off spicy deal. Let me get a little slightly thinner brush for this. I finally found there's apparently a place that like I know like Raphael's apparently are really, really good brushes, and the tricky thing is that buying them in the US has been kind of tricky. But I did see recently that there's like a store called like Jackson's Art Supplies or whatever that apparently ships to the US for those. I'm like, ooh. So I forget exactly what it is. It's something about the fact that like certain types of sable can't be sold here necessarily. Like I don't think it's like an illegal thing. I forget there's like some weird regulation or whatever on that. Because like everything that sable comes from I used to think it was a horse for some reason, but it's like a little marmoset or whatever. Just like a little critter just happens to have like perfectly. Can you imagine if you just like by accident people find out they're like, oh no, your special thing, the reason that like we will protect you is that your hair makes beautiful brushes. I'm like, oh, that's great. That's kind of wild when you think about it. And there's a couple of other, like, I know there's like wolf hair brushes you can buy, and I have some boar hair. I have one boar hair brush. Boar hair brushes aren't bad, but like you would not use them for detail work. They're very much that like, I need to schlep on a bunch of paint. I need to like really be rough with this, and I don't want my brush to fucking crumble. Boar hairs are good for those. Those are good for those. But I'm due for some nice brushes with some nice pointy tips. Okay, that strip color was pretty good. I'll definitely need to go back again and hit up some of the areas, especially because like this is revealing bits of the green I need to get. That's true. Yeah, at least the hair grows back. It's not like I would definitely not be using it if like, oh, if it was like, oh yeah, this is like a ivory, where it's like, yeah, you have to remove the paint bone. I think it might be called a sable. Like it's like a type of little weasel critter thing, whatever. People to protect me because I'm smoochable. I mean, that is really the goal in life, you know. That is a noble effort we all strive to. I think I'm like 50% of the way there. Maybe like 75 depending on the day. I do also have some like leather speed beads. it's fine. I can always pull out the speed paints if I need to do like a last little touch up or whatever. But this is the stuff where it's like a lot of these bodies are like nice and flat, which is pretty good. But then also once you start getting into the little details, so I also think these guys are going to be one of those ones I can kind of cheat with and just, you know, get some smudgy, dirty bullshit because they're smudgy, dirty. No, I'm don't worry, like I'm actually just joking around. I'm fine. Once again, the VTubing has been great for my confidence if I'm going to be real. So things have been good. Things have been good that way. Smooch and smooch accessories. Professional smooch trainers. It's just like a poster you put on your wall that has targets on it. That probably exists. That probably exists somewhere in like a Spencer's Gifts. Eventually, I will want to glue these guys to the base so I can quit firmly grasping all their assorted leathers. Good, look at you. I can also tell I'm rubbing some of the paint off in some spots, but oh hell yeah! I'm going with the idea that any bit of metal on them is rusted to shit. So, indeedly. It's so thin. I guess using the side of the brush isn't too. Definitely need to like straighten it out a wee bit, but yeah. I'm leaning the idea that these guys are like. I'm probably gonna go with the lore idea that these guys are just like really like warpstone mutated orcs. Like they've been kicking around Mordheim for so long that's kind of making all like weird and gangly. But they also, got like a bit of like a warpstone addiction. It's kind of fun just like seeing more like, this is gonna sound weird, but like the more Ravenor stuff I read, it's interesting just seeing how like the world of hard drugs interact with the world of 40k. But like not it's like, oh, this guy was taking drugs like Kirkbide style, was just making like crazy art. I mean, like you gotta see just like drug addiction in the context of 40k, which is like already like, you know, bleak setting, but then you miss getting addicted on there. Love it. Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of people are rolling out. This is like, that's why this is like one of those things too, where it's like, if you are a good boy and like, don't say anything mean about Games Workshop or whatever, there are perks to it. Because you can get stuff like, oh yeah, you get like review copies and like the rules early and stuff. Then again, actually though, the rules apparently for 11th edition are free online. I still don't know. I didn't play 10th edition at all. I just played with 10th edition models in newer games, in older games. I mean. Part of me is like, do I want to? Because I was looking up the, Armageddon box because I want to do that for the Marines we made on Sunday, which I still need to get I still need to get the voting system ready for that, but I think that's probably going to be more like this weekend project, assuming that like Magic didn't get canceled today, for tomorrow. If it did, that frees up a whole day of working on shit. Need to like dredge that real quick. But yeah, I was like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like it wouldn't be bad if I played maybe at least like one game of modern 40k just to see what it feels like. Even if it's just enough to be like, not my taste. Like I can already tell the customization rules are very much not my taste, but like, apparently just it's gonna have slightly more maybe. The Gonga. Oh boy, howdy it is. When I'll probably do this again. I remember ages ago I did an Ewok painting stream where we just listened to this song on repeat for 4 hours. I have Ewoks to paint. It will happen again. Do not worry. If you were like, oh boy, I wish I could hear Limp Wicket for 4 hours. I think there's hold on. If you guys ever saw this emote in chat, let's see. It's actually only in the Discord. I think this is only in the Discord. Oh, APNGs don't fucking work. And OBS, really? Why do I have a... Okay. I don't know why. I apparently have 37 minutes of Ewok screams in my downloads folder. What was I doing? What was the purpose of this? Why do I have 37 seconds of royalty-free Ewok screaming? I don't know. How you doing, Instances? How you doing? Like, okay, so this is not the waving Ewok, but I do got this. This is from there. How you doing, Z's? How you doing? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, these are the little 3D printed Ewoks I got going on. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. They're definitely like more robust than the ones you can get for like the official ones. I do have a couple of the official Ewoks. Also, they started for a while. I don't know if these are taken down, but like there was somebody who made they're okay, that's fine. They were called Kruleboyz, which is basically somebody just took the aesthetics of Rogue Trader era Space Marines and kind of like made like newer sculpts of them. Turns out Games Workshop hates that and takes them down a lot. But I was able to get one, so maybe I'll paint a Kruleboyz one of these days. They do look cool because like you just kind of like early Rogue Trader era 40k is such a weird thing where it's like Space Marines were just kind of like weird criminals that were just sort of turned into like weird space police kind of deals, which is really, really cool. Like it's neat. I don't know if I don't know if that's better or worse than moderns. I think modern Marines got a lot more variety to them, which I kind of like. But there is something really just kind of like the very kind of like 2080 punkish nature of that era, which is kind of that part's kind of dialed down a bit. Like you still get like, you know, RBDs are just Judge Dredd and all that, but like, you know, you don't really quite get that as much as it used to back in the day. Kind of fascinating. Box grill, listen to shredded cheese. I just need to do eventually, if my neighbors are ever too loud again, I just need to start blaring that for like 30 minutes. Like, all right, you're gonna play country loud. I hope you like Ewok screams, motherfucker, because I'm about to go the Forest Moon of Endor on your ass. Yeah, I call it the Forest Moon of Endor because that's how you know that I know ball. I know the stupidest ball. Anyway, looks like there's an ad break time, so I'm gonna go to ad break. See you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. Ah. God, I just kind of love the idea that what you're talking about a lot about like just like I become the world's dumbest Manchurian candidate where George Lucas is like someday someone will play the Ewok screams backwards and he will be the chosen one. we'll lead everybody to glorious victory. I'm back. The hogs are back in town. I don't know where I was going with that. That's fine. Cloth, I gotta get around this guy's gooch. Thank you, Huggy. Oh shit. Big stretchy. I was thinking though when I was taking my break, I was like, you know what? I was like, it'd be kind of funny maybe to turn the Ewok noises into like a stream alert. But then I was like, you know what? I don't think I've changed pretty much any of my stream alerts, like audio or video, and like probably close to 4, even 5 years at this point. A lot of them have been going for a while. Like, it's like one of those things that, like, I mentioned that, like, I have emotes from artists that don't exist anymore that I can never cred because they are living a very different life now. And, like, that shit is just kind of buck wild to me that's a thing. I can't. I want to. The explosion's broken. Something happened to the explosion. I legitimately can't do it, and I don't know what happened. Need to bring it back. I am taking the guild owes me a bunch of time off, and I will be taking 3 days off in June, which maybe I'm hoping I can like sit down and do a little bit of that kind of work. Though I will say, don't worry, I'll still be streaming during all those days. It's not like streaming will be usual, ideally until like maybe the end of the year. I don't see any real interruptions for a bit. I got that out of my system with the move and whatnot, but I keep meaning to maybe sit down and do some stuff. I will say I don't think Disney is as bad about like ninjaing people as as Nintendo. I think I can have Ewok screams in my stream, and I don't think anyone's gonna stop me for that. I think there's other things that they like. I think it'll be fine. Or maybe the big brain move is I just make my own Ewok screams. So they're like, no. These are homegrown, homespun Ewok screams, you know? Oh, I can't do a Mickey voice. Mickey voice is one of those ones that people can have you practice for a while and people just kind of add that to their repertoire. But I've never practiced enough. I can hear how to do it in my head, but as soon as I try to move my mouth in that way, it just immediately explodes. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't. I mean, okay. Maybe if I don't do Ewoks, maybe I could. Every now and then, when I'm listening to the 40K audiobooks, I keep thinking that there would be like a fun little excerpt to use, and then because I'm always listening to it when I'm like out and about, I never get the chance to like extract that audio when I get home. So maybe that's the other option. I just gotta finally commit to getting like weird tangents from fucking audiobooks. For some reason, I thought that was like a Nintendo thing, but you're probably right. I mean, Nintendo's also like not great for that. But yeah, no, it's a fair point. I will not get the wrath of Disney. I will absolutely show 3D prints of Ewoks on stream, but I will not, you know. That's their problem, not mine. Oh, that'd be good. Now, every now and then there is like a horrible little demon in my brain. It's like replay Barkley How. Replay Barkley How. I'm like, no, it hasn't been enough time. Not enough time has passed to justify a replay of Barkley, even though, like, I don't think you need a justification. I think you just can. But like, you know, you just can. You should. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll find out. Like I said, I feel like whenever ideally I want to get my new model in time for birthday. I want to be really indulgent during birthday week. The workshop patron Bam Shrek Komodo. Shrek Komodo would be really good. Shrek Komodo might be good for that kind of thing. Because like right now I have like it's kind of weird. I don't want to go too deep into like gossip or whatever, but I think it was one of those that like the artist who did like some of my Pinyu alerts got in trouble for not fulfilling someone else's model art for a while. Like that. What you played died 7 days later. No, a lot of you nerds were there. Listen. I know a lot of regulars were watching those Barkley Shop and Jam Gaiden streams. Oh, I never did play the game that the guy made, like not Get Out. What's it fucking called? Like, it's like look outside or don't look outside. I know that is a game that has like some Barkley people in it that I do still need to play. Maybe that's how I will slake my first for Barclays. Oh, fucked up. Yeah, but that might be on the docket one of these days. That might be on the docket. Like I said, I think I'm fairly certain, barring surprise length or me just getting absolutely stuck for reasons, that Half-Life 2 Episode 2 will likely wrap up come Thursday. And then at that point I am free. I mean, I could do like, some of the expansions for Half-Life 1, which I don't care that much. I'm sure Opposing Forces is really cool, but I don't need it. I'm not feeling it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. It's kind of in a weird spot where like I feel like what's the best way to say this in a way that doesn't sound bad? I feel like I give a shit less, but like not in the way that like I don't care about my streams, but as in like a lot of things that would like hold me back from playing stuff. I'm just kind of like, yeah, whatever. It's whatever. Do what I want. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? But yeah, maybe I could just play that next. Any connection to me as a streamer type person doesn't matter. I play what I want and do what I want. Hell yeah, brother. I'm also apparently Hulk Hogan, I guess. But like, you know. I want to do the thing where I glue them to the base really bad, so I don't grip them anymore. I might kind of prevent some of the rub off stuff. How you doing, Asterowolf? Asterowolf, how you doing? Oh, those are Ewoks. No, it's an orc. It's an orc. Look, he's green. It's one of the Age of Sigmar Kruleboyz that I've did a bit of an arm swap, so that way I can run them in Mordheim as the orc mob. Because I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be neat. Because that way I can like I can use some minis I've had kicking around for a while. they kind of do. They kind of got that thing where it's just like, oh, the explosion at last. Finally, we will be removed from the sinful galaxy. Oh god, now I need to find out what happened with Ewoks in the Yuzhang Vong. Like, if I find out that, like, in order to, like, raise the stakes, if they just burned indoor to the ground, I wouldn't be upset, but it would be really funny. Like, the Vong took no chances with the Ewoks and then raised them from orbit. Be like, fuck yeah, let's go. Make them scared to the end, brother. We'll see you in the Force. But, yeah. I remember for a while I was also concerned, like, you can also run Ewoks in Shatterpoint, and I don't know how they behave in that game, but Shatterpoint's basically, if you're familiar with Marvel Crisis Protocol, it's that but Star Wars, with kind of the idea that, like, you can build little thematic teams, and there's definitely, like, some models that trigger off of very thematic units for each other, but you can kind of just do... I kind of like the idea that they're like, oh yeah, this is a war game based on the idea of you banging your action figures together. Do you want, even though you can already do that with Legion, you can have Darth Maul fight, fucking Darth Vader. You don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Like you can do that pretty easy in Legion, but that was sort of the selling point of Shatterpoint as well. No, like that's just I told you that like I want to know. Oh, there it is. Let me... I'm like wiggling my fingers around it, but like I'm doing it off screen so you guys can't see. There's really no purpose for me doing it. Do my light gray dry brush, which oh, you got stone gray. I'll do that and I'll dry brush over the dirt as well. Why not? But like I'm at the end of episode 1, I was like, but like I'm feeling it for this new one. So I'm ready. I'm waiting for that magical moment where like Half-Life is over, and I'm just like, oh, I guess I wait for 3 now. Like everyone else, and just see. Like I'm kind of weirdly excited for this epiphany to hit. I understand that it's like, I guess I really am stamming, but like. It probably sounds strange to be excited for the suffering, but like once again, I have been seeing people lose their mind over Half-Life 3. Not quite the entire time I've been online, but like a lot of it. It has been a very regularly occurring thing on the internet for the entirety of like the main portion of me being a citizen of the internet. So on one hand, I'm like, I feel like I'm finally connecting to this kind of like forgotten history bit. And I'm just like, ah, yes, I know this is like over a decade late, but I too now crave Half-Life 3. But also, you know, it's also just kind of nice to feel like, because that's always the thing you want to do, is you want people to feel like hungry for more and not disgusted. There's apparently, like, this is kind of a thing that was going on Twitter, where apparently they're doing a Atlantis comic series, or like at least one comic. And like we've gotten to the point as a culture where I don't think people are like, oh shit, an Atlantis comic, like Disney's Atlantis comic. Because people are like, oh no, how are they gonna fuck this up? How are they gonna fuck this up? It's like people left wanting more, and then when that monkey paw curls, you don't want more. You do not. So like if an Atlantis comic never came out, people would be like, oh, Atlantis was really good. Shame they never did anything with it, but that's fine. The try brushing the gray on the brown was kind of neat. Probably eventually when I do like an enamel. Also little bits where I did the dirt on the rocks, which I could go ahead and go. Exactly. You don't want to look in there again. I actually still. No, it's really funny. I have only seen one Indiana Jones movie, and it was Crystal Skull. But like, I was invited to watch it in the theaters. I was like, I've never seen one of these, and they're like, it's fine. And I retained nothing from that movie. So in a way, I almost didn't watch it, but yeah, it was weird that was, because like, you know, I sit down and I watch bad movies on purpose, and then I avoid classics just by happenstance, really. Kind of taking some of this dirt and like working it into the areas with like the bubbles. I think I'm just basically looking for if there's like any amount of like a little bit that could be considered dirt. I just go for it. There we go. Oh, it's because I'm using the wrong paint, like a fool. Okay. It'll happen at some. Actually, you know what? Those are. The Indiana Jones movies technically would follow for movie night. There are swords and there is magic, so like, could work actually. Unironically, that wouldn't even be that big of a stretch. That might be fun, because I do think we need to watch the last, like, what's her name, like Celestia Faye or something like that. The lady who has been in the last two movies we saw, and the role she had before she was like. When she was still a main actor, but not like doing her own like kind of puff piece films. I do want to see that because I'm curious what she would be like in a movie where she did not like write and do catering and do basically every role Neil Breen style. That's the thing that cracked me up. For context, we've been watching like the first movie was basically like White Woman Wuxia, and then the newest one has been sorry, not Wuxia, Wushu. My brain wants to pronounce it that way, but like it's wushu because it's supposed to be sword swing, I think. But shut down. But her second movie was like way more disappointing, which is a bummer. Let's see, lads, how are your gooch situation? If I put you here, the two bit. So I'm gonna reach to yellow. Pretty easy. I can get around there. Okay, you're gonna go with this base. You. I think initially I built these with different bases. Like I don't think these were the exact bases I lined up for everyone, but they are pretty interchangeable. You could go there. How you doing, Al? How you doing? Welcome. I am using my Kruleboyz for Mordheim. They're actually turned out pretty legit. I'm about to do some baking soda bullshit to lock him in place. You have like a little bit. He's got like a little bit of. Look at my clippers. I see like an itty bitty bit of like stuff that's not. There we go. His toes has like a little bit of extra bit of crust. I think he initially was one of the ones I glued to a base and had to pry off because the glue was so strong I couldn't actually like remove his shit. Okay, it's not too bad. There we go. He's got like a nice little raised area and then like a little lowered area. All right, there we go. So let's zoom out. And oh hell yeah! Congrats on the streak. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yeah, it's the you can use baking soda to strengthen the bond of super glue. So a lot of times what I'll do for bases is I'll like sprinkle a little bit on where the model's going to land. Yeah, it's like a accelerant, and also it like makes the bonds really, really sturdy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I only found out because of a Miscast video where he showed off how to do it. The only downside is it does kind of sometimes like if you like, it does kind of leave a bit of like an actual like crust behind it. Which, probably, I don't know the exact chemistry behind it, but like, if you kind of put it like that. There we go, and like he's pretty locked in. And if I really wanted to, I can kind of just add like a little bit more glue. Maybe a little bit too much glue, that's fine. I got sponge. And then add a little bit more baking soda, just basically just to make sure he could never pop off of a base. Which is always nice for minis too, because like, you know, they get jostled, so anything I can do to prevent the jostling, and then usually after the baking soda dries, which is like nigh instantaneous, you can just go ahead and like just paint over it. Yeah, exactly, just like a nice Parmesan crust. There's like a little gap right here that I think I want to get a little bit. I have like a little box like right on my lap that I'm knocking these into. There we go. All right, first one locked in. Hell yeah. Second one, just to double check where your grippers were going to be at, my dude. Big Rock and Little Rock. Cool. Little Rock, Arkansas, and Big Rock, Arkansas. There we go. Let's do it. Did I say that? Do that? Anyway. Yeah, because like at this point I'm at the stage where I'm just like, the more I touch it, the more I'm actively removing paint from it, which is also, but you know, that's why people do like the little like plinths and stuff when they're painting, just so they don't have to deal with that bullshit. But alas, I'm an impatient man. He's got a nice lean too, which is good. A bit on the top. Bottom, I think, is you just use an itty bitty bit more dirt. A little bit of dirt crust. There we go. And there we go. It feels nice to actually have them on the base too. It makes them feel more real, if that makes any sense. Like it's like, oh yeah, no, this is like no longer just floating minis. This is an actual play piece. Down. Probably this way is the way to do it. Just kind of leaning up. Because in general too, like a thing that like really adds some dynamism to minis is just like, if your mini is flat directly on its base, it's good. It's like not bad, but like any amount of angling or like kind of like variance of height really does a lot. Like I think that's why I've been putting a lot of minis with like basically surfing on gravestones. It's probably a cruder version of that idea that I just need to refine a little bit, but it does add some dynamism to the mini. Jesus Christ. There. And you are like a tiny bit on this back foot. Add a little bit of crust on it. Top foot's probably fine. I can maybe just use a little bit more. Use a Q-tip. Why have I not been using a Q-tip to kind of like, not Q-tip, a popsicle stick? Toothpick, okay. I'll eventually get the right wooden implement, I swears. Oh. All right, and there we go. Now we are done with this. I've had like also a tricky thing is sometimes when you do this technique, the baking soda, because I'm not doing it super cleanly, will just go back into the glue thing and cause the glue to harden. That just means periodically I need to go through my tube. I just need to take my glue tube and then just straight up This brush is just hard as shit. And cut out bits of the tube so the glue will flow. I just needed to finish that thought. Fortunately, my disposable bullshit. I hate the phrase glurethra, but it's also really good for the description of that. Fuck you and good job. Yeah, I mean that's why I do have metal toothpicks for that reason. Metal toothpicks are surprisingly versatile crafting supplies. You can use that to unclog paints. You can use them. The nice thing is like there are so many techniques where the big thing is what you scratch the mini. Like a lot of times you can use that for cloaks and stuff to kind of add like a kind of like worn leather. Way too much. Add kind of like a worn leather look to things. Where like you'll do like a whole ass cloak and then you will kind of like scratch in some leather patterns. It's pretty neat. That's one of those ones I have not done nearly as much stuff as I could just to play around with that, but I really should because I think a couple times I've done it hasn't been too bad. How you doing, Vtuber? How you doing? I'm working on an orc. Here, that was like... Oh, I didn't get baking soda in there. I just missed a little gap. Oh yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I can also eventually use the mud paste I got on this just to like layer on there. That might not be a terrible idea. Also, if I also just like paint their feet. They're schlepping through mud, so it's not like the biggest deal. Doing good, hell yeah. I'm taking my Kruleboyz and I'm painting them up so that I can use them for Mordheim. So far they're going pretty good. They are being firmly attached to bases and then getting their feet all dirty because you know that's why you guys come here, you weirdo fucks. But yeah, no, this is going good. It's going good. Been doing that when working on some Star Wars Legion stuff. I'm still in that weird intermediate where it's like I'm awaiting a big project. I still think the big project is going to be the Space Marine chapter once I get that voting process set up and get that voted on. Also I probably do need to buy like half the art. I was not aware that the Armageddon box is going to be fucking $250, so I'm like, ooh. It's like, I don't need the orcs. At the end of the day, I really don't need the orcs. So if there's a way I can get that without, like, grabbing orcs, I'd be okay with that. What are we doing? Feet are drying. I'll let that dry a little bit. They do look, I will say, like, right now, not done yet. They look pretty good. They got the sauce. Like, I think once these guys are skulking around behind little areas to, like, we're going to beat you to death. I could also sell the orcs, but the thing is, like, I think I would rather buy someone else selling everything but the orcs. Even if it's just, like, $50 cheaper, I'd be okay with that. You know? Because the problem is that, like, selling the orcs requires me to, like, become an orc seller intermediary, and I don't want to do that. Oh, you know I can actually paint one over. I found this guy recently-ish. Him. And you're like, who is him? Who is he? So, A little bit of that primer. So, back in the War Machine days, this is a guy called the Ragman. He's a metal War Machine model that I used to run. It's actually kind of interesting because like I used to run him in the game as like he was like a dude who could lower armor for guys using magic. And that was just something that human mercenary faction, like a lot of human factions just didn't have access to that. So he was kind of like a neat little tech piece for that. But I've mostly used him for TRPGs because he's just kind of like a neat little looking dude. He's just a spooky man covered in rags. And like the little glowy necromancer thing was the thing Hal circa. Ooh, when did Hal do this? I don't know actually. I actually don't know when I did this. He was painted in the past, and for some reason I was like, I should strip him. I should strip him. I can do a better job this time of painting him, I guess. And then I did nothing. So like, now I would have taken some of these older War Machine models I painted and just been like, you know what? That's like a nice little reminder of what I was painting like at the time. But apparently, to be fair, I did do this a lot back in the day. I didn't have a lot of money for minis, so I would just kind of take the bits that I could get and just this is Brigadier, I think this is Brigadier Brown. And I would paint them, and then I would strip the paint and I'd keep going. Which is funny because it's not like I like finished my army at the time and I'm like, I'm missing. I've ran out of things to paint. I must cannibalize my painted minis for things to paint. No, I had a bunch of War Machine stuff back in the day that never got finished. I don't know. It was past Hal's methods of actually doing stuff like this were kind of all over the place. Almost like I didn't have a plan or something like that. I guess I still don't, but like, you know. But yeah, this is another one of those, like, I was clinging and I found him and I'm like, oh, you know what? This is still, like, you could definitely tell scale creep has fucked this shit up. He is itty bitty compared to a lot of my modern minis. Like, even ones that are ostensibly like, oh yeah, these are humans. These are vanilla humans. And meanwhile, this guy who is also a vanilla human is just microscopic. And he's so charming. Also going back to like the Mordheim brain rot, he could probably be. I could probably make him a necromancer. I could probably run him as a necromancer in an undead army. I would need a vampire and I need some ghouls. And, you know, I have a 3D printer and also I have a shop that has like a bunch of used ghouls. That's a nice thing about for like getting into Mordheim stuff now is that my shop has a Titanic, like, no, like, the used bin is like 50% Age of Sigmar stuff. And like, there's some stuff in there that I could use, but like a lot of it is just like, I don't know who needs that many Stormcast or Fire Slayers in their life. Though even though every now and then I'm like, Magma Droth, big volcano lizard. What would I do with big volcano lizard? I don't know. I'm sure I could find a use. So my main Mordheim gang are the Pestle and Skaven. They're the ones I've actively ran at my shop and have been doing pretty well. We're doing our first proper like we've been doing on and off like little one-shot games that technically we've been still counting points for, but we're doing a proper start to a campaign this Saturday. And I'm probably going to be running Skaven for that as well because like I can. You know, I do paint rats even though if I joke that I don't. I mean, I'm running rats for Mordheim, so leave me alone. But the thing is, like, I keep finding these older minis of mine. And I'm like, you know what? I could also use these for Mordheim. It's a very flexible game. How'd it go? How's the new edition looking? I keep hearing that like the idea that apparently the rules are like the cleanest they've ever been written, which mind you, Games Workshop, so bar is not particularly high there. I don't think I would ever say that like, you know, that's a good bar for Games Workshop, but you know. What I'm really curious about, I will say something that I do think is kind of neat about 11th edition is out there, because like other war games do this now too, where it's like Star Wars Legion does a thing where you kind of choose your victory condition as part of like list building. And the fact that you can do that in like Warhammer is kind of neat. But also I wonder if like eventually they're going to be like, oh yeah, if you're playing this army, you're really only running like these detachments just because the army happens to play very well with this victory condition. Like I said, if somebody nearby is like willing to give it a go, I might at least get like, at the very least, I need to do it for my Chaos Knights. I can play Death Guard in pretty much any game I actively play with my group, and that's great, and I love it. Like, but I cannot really run Chaos Knights in the same way. I'm sure somebody's made a 3rd edition supplement of Chaos Knights for, what's it called? Chaos Knights for like Warhammer 3rd edition, but that's not what you do. That's not a correct thing to do. That's just weird and wrong. Like, I appreciate that people made that, but I don't think I will be partaking. Oh, camera froze. Fuck. I will say the nice thing about moving is it gave me, like, you know how when you're always like, man, hey everybody, here's a fun question. When was the last time you de-dusted your computer? If you don't remember, after the stream, you should do that. Play Imperial Agents. The sad thing is I think Agents kind of seem cool. I want to do one little bit on there. I want to get his base too. I do think the Agents are a cool faction, legitimately. I do think Agents are sick. But no. Because every now and then there is a part of my brain that's like, Deathwatch are kind of neat conceptually. I like the idea of like, from a hobbyist, the idea of Deathwatch is like, yeah, just do a bunch of like marine weirdos that you put together. You can give each, like, basically you can really like give each guy their own kind of backstory. And like you're very elite, so like you don't have to worry about having like disposable grunt A. You can kind of customize each one. You could use a variety of bits. Technically, a game laptop, it's doable. I mean, the thing is like you cannot have, like, somebody out there has de-dusted that laptop before. I can most assure you. I'm sure if you like Google how to like clean dust from laptop, your particular brand, I'm sure there will be at least like a YouTube tutorial from like 2008, I believe. Do I have a loyalist army already? Kinda. I have like an assorted amount of Minotaurs points, which I'll probably still use with the whatever wins the Space Marine chapter thing. Because they'll be cross compatible more or less because they're the same army. So yeah, that's the closest I've got to loyalist. Otherwise, they're not. I'm not super interested in loyalist. I don't need that in my life. Brigandine Brown, and what's the other brown I have? 2 brown. I'm gonna like Brigandine and Bootstrap Brown. They're both very similar. So similar, in fact, I cannot find the other one. Okay. True, you're not wrong. I could add Imperial Agents to them. Do I have the time or resources to do so? But I could. I could if I felt like it. Legit struggling to remember what color I used for the fucking clubs. I'll just assume it was Bootstrap Brown and go from there. That'll be fine. Worst case, if I need to like darken this up like a wash or something later, I can. Oh yeah, that's definitely actually I kind of like it. It's kind of neat. Kind of okay with that, and then I'll wash and I can dry brush it back to maybe like a lighter thing of wood. But yeah, no, I don't know. Like I said, also another thing too is like if I'm doing I would like to do a proper Inquisition army, but for like 3rd edition, which went back when they had like, it's fucked up you can't run demon hosts anymore. Demon hosts are, I think, a really neat idea, and it's also like another thing that like I guess growing up on TG and like the era of like Warhammer when that was all in, I kind of assumed that like by the time I got into 40k proper, the demon hosts would be a way bigger thing. They don't get mentioned a lot. I kind of wonder if it's like one of those things that like it gets touched on a little bit, but that was just like something Abnett made and just made sense in Abnett stories, and everyone else is like, well, I guess a crazy Inquisitor could maybe put a demon in there. Their legends, fair. But the question is, do they survive to 11th edition? I have to imagine that like Legends is the holding ground for sadness, and then eventually, you know, they'll fall out of Legends into the pit where they will never be seen again. I know how this goes. So I guess I'm mixing some of these colors. The colors are definitely blending a little bit for the wood. But yeah, I mean, like mind you, like I said, I could also just make an Inquisitorial Warband for 3rd edition. And that's something I might do, because, you know, I like the idea of kit bashing my own custom Inquisitor, and then, you know, maybe making a demon host and some dorks. It's like, I don't need modern G-dubs to feed me the army I would want to play. So, I don't give a shit. Let's do one quick thing. I'm gonna do, one quick thing. Throw model. I'm gonna get a little bit of... Do I want to do that yet? No, maybe not. I think what I need to do is start maybe adding a little bit more yellows to some stuff. But it's like one of those things that I think would be sick, and that also might be cool to, like, you know, what's it called? Like when because like the marine making project I kind of want to eventually extend into a whole, like, make a subsector. And that might be fun, being like, all right, these are the Inquisitors that work in this subsector, and, like, here's some of their agents, and they're kind of where they're put together and stuff like that. Kind of keep expanding through that general idea. I also need to do something with these little bits. Get a little garlic familiar. I could. Oh god, I could do a servo skull garlic. That would be fucking wild. Oh yeah, a lot of it would be 3D printed. Also, I do have a I do have a Sisters of Silence sprue. Now, I don't think I'm ever going to collect Sisters of Silence. A, because Games Workshop hates them, and B, like, you know, they're one of those armies that I'm cool if they exist in the lore, but I really don't have any desire to collect. But I have a sprue with, like, 3 torsos on there. And the thing is, like, Sisters of Silence, the design for them is pretty much stored in their head. To the point that if I took the Sisters of Silence body, which is just cool armor and capes, and gave him a different head, that's basically an Inquisitor. Or at least, like, I could do the... What's the step down? The Interrogator. I could at least do an Interrogator that way. I'm like, there we go. And then the rest I could 3D print some just whatever assorted weirdos I want. Brighten up the yellow a little bit. Still keeping it kind of dingy, which is good. The tan has definitely begun to fade a little bit. It's also kind of... This is also, like, something that G-Dubs was doing for a while, where they did a lot of cloth, but the cloth was, like, never fully connected. It was just, like, weird segmented cloth. That's true. I could maybe make a spicy Sister of Battle, though. I think the scale on the Sisters is much bigger now. I think the scale on the Sisters of Battle is big enough that I think unfortunately the little Sisters of Silence would be very small. I guess I could double check though. I do have... I was about to say, I have one Sisters of Silence model, Sister of Battle model in my house, and it's just Saint Celestine. But the metal one. I have a metal Saint Celestine with no wings or arms that I want to use as an ornament for, like, whenever I do that chaos, like, whenever I take the Sisters of Battle vehicle, I keep saying Sisters of Battle, whenever I take that Sisters of Battle vehicle, and I word bears it up, I want to basically make that, like, a little, like, metal kind of figurehead that's just chained to the side, all disrespectful. Full disrespect meant. Oh yeah, he's also got the little... Hold on. I forgot there too. Okay. Keep missing his little bits. He's got the little bits where it's like the belts tucking him in. Here. I blanked on these. I think a lot of the salt, like right now, the helmets and stuff looks kind of weird, but that's just because those are basically just like early components of a rust color that is just not being applied properly. Right? Like I think once the rust gets going, I think it's gonna be real big spicy. Maybe I start on that now. Do you think there's like a little? I think there's a little bit that's just gonna need to. So also something I did with the Neil Cicierega today. Typically when we listen to his bullshit, what I do is I just play all the albums in a row, front to back. Today I put random on. A, because I think the random will, get more Neil Cicierega out, even though it's going to play a couple, we're going to get a little bit of repeats. Who gives a shit? But it's like, it's like for people who have heard me play this album a million billion times, there's no time to protect yourself. It's just happening. It's nice. It's nice. You can't be like, oh, it's this song, not time to brace. I started out with this green, which I don't think was a bad choice. It was like a kind of like this. I'm debating if I want to go like if I want to go brighter. Or if I want to kind of go backwards, because I do have this darker green that I could kind of like mix in, but like, it's like some people do that, well, they'll take the dark green and they'll work it into like the pits and stuff. Yeah, the fact that Yahoo is still kicking around in Japan, or at least is still very funny. Like every now and then I'll see like little like death spasms from Yahoo that still kick around. Yahoo, please. Google is shooting itself in the foot. It's time. What they need to do is they just need to be like, hey, remember when search engines were search engines, and do like one of those like flashback videos where they kind of just like show a bunch of their older. I actually don't know if Yahoo ever had commercials. I feel like they did. Oh no, god damn it. Yeah, legitimately, we were just listening to one. Just keep doing that and be like, Yahoo, we're coming back, X date. And then, unfortunately though, I think if they did that, they probably would just become Google again. Well. Yeah, another email provider would be good too. I think it's like that's one of those things that I think would be best to like especially remove myself from. Like not that I'm doing anything that like I would need to worry, but like I feel that every now and then some people I've heard stories of people just like, oh yeah, some AI thing just flagged like an innocent email wrong and they deleted your entire account, and because of that you lose like years of contact info and like business stuff. Like that sounds bad. That doesn't sound good. A little bit. I gotta get their teeth too at some point. Yeah, maybe I should. Oh yeah, I was gonna go add another layer just to make sure I get all the little red zones. I know Proton Mail gets recommended every now and then. I've used that one for. I have a Proton Mail account, and the only thing I've used it like. Was for gacha rerolling. Like way back in the day, I had a Proton Mail account just for gacha rerolls. Because I think, because if I remember right, I forget if Google does this, but you can like salt an email for certain providers. Where like you'll sign up to a gacha, you could be like email, like at your usual one. You had like a +1 somewhere in the chain. I forget exactly where. It's been a while. And then like the email eventually will still go back to the original URL, to the original address, I mean. And then, but that means you don't need to make a million accounts to do rerolls on certain, like modern gacha games. If you're doing rerolls, you just don't register an email account with your gacha until you get the character you want. For certain, I did that on Grand Blue. Grand Blue was the one I had to do that bullshit to get rerolls. And was it worth it? No, it wasn't. No, it fucking was not. I still need to try Relink because apparently, because it's Grand Blue, but as like a game. But I have not. I was legitimately, it was one of my like, this game is never ever coming out, and it came out, but I'm VTubing and I'm mini painting and stuff, so I'm just like, I don't got time for this. I got shit going on, and then I just didn't. I just did not do anything with it. But yeah, I think it'd be neat just to like, cause like I have to imagine that like if you were to go through my email, did bits reset? I didn't do anything to reset bits. The only thing that should actually be reset is the Nanners fan club. Unless Twitch dropped something recently that made it look like the bits reset or did reset the bits. If so, I can assure you that was not under my control. That was not a thing I wanted to do. Nor was I apparently aware of, I guess. And then for this, I guess I could dry brush. It's like usually I paint metal and then I dry brush this. I I paint metal and then I like stipple on a shade like that. I think actually dry brushing this would be kind of neat. Yeah, no, that's fair. Like out of all the things, like bits, like, you know, I appreciate when I get bits, but bits are also just one of those systems that Amazon just kind of put in as just like a, like, you know, hey, fuck you. Yeah. Spend money to make them look big. Like, you know, like it's fun to do. Also, for me, always the weird thing about bits is that like the amount you get is like very. It's like when like a place like Fortnite or whatever is just like, oh yeah, here's how you buy more of our currency, but also the numbers are really weird. Like you never buy like 100, you buy like 90, and there's just like some weird stuff going on there. Yeah, mess with bits if you want, but don't ever feel compelled to because bits are a very silly system. Building a little bit on this bullshit. I think I need a little bit more flow improvement though, because it's getting a little dry. We had a couple of goot shots earlier, but for some reason I didn't think at the time to draw attention to them, which is whatever. Look at you. Once again, the lads are looking good. I'm very happy with the look of the lads. They're turning out pretty legit. All right, let's get a little bit of a gunmetal gray. Yeah, let's go gunmetal because I'm gonna go hardcore. One little droplet, and then I need my medium-sized dry brush. Not medium-sized dry brush. This is my small-sized dry brush, but I think it's still the correct. Oh. I also use this little nubbin. Yeah, and I think this one would be good. Get a little bit on there, and I can definitely tell. I can definitely tell this bad boy is gonna need some. It needs cleaned. I think I'm due for another one of those like watch a whole Red Letter Media video and strip the paint from my. Remove the paint from my brushes. Okay. Oh, okay. Still definitely very warm color. Adding a little bit of sheen. A little bit more to the blade. Okay. I think it's gonna the final little bit that's really gonna make this pop out is when I start doing the, you know, okay, we're like the 3-hour mark, so like probably not enough for the enamel stage, but never say never. Just crunchy shit even. I think it's still looking good though. Yeah, look at that. There we go. We're getting some real dingy bullshit, and I can start mixing some like other rust color back in. Maybe like a dark brown too, in some little bits. I don't know. The idea might have been nice, but maybe I should have started with like maybe a slightly darker brown, and then maybe like add this kind of color to it. It's worth, you know, it's always worth trying shit out just to figure out if it like this is gonna work or not. Maybe it also helps or hurts that I didn't think to use Typhus Corrosion on these guys. In hindsight, I probably should have, but like it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not like I need to make these guys like absolutely crusty. I just kind of need these to look like worn and shitty. If that makes any sense. Like I guess rusty is kind of similar to being worn and shitty. Like that's a very, very strange distinction to make. But you guys kind of get what I mean, right? Yeah, sure. Probably know what I mean. I associate like very, very heavy crust with Nurgle stuff, but like I feel like a light corrosion wouldn't be too bad, especially because orcs got to maintain their armor because they're always ready for a scrap. Yeah, and then we get this again. Sure. Like, what did we say, Hal? Sure, okay. Like, yay, there we go. I win with facts and logic. Stupid. Sometimes I'm glad the era of like internet like stupid like atheist online debate thing kind of went away, but also like what took its place wasn't particularly great either. Too thick. That's doable. Let's kind of keep doing it towards the edge and kind of bring it around. This is another instance that maybe. Oh fuck! Why am I migrating? There we go. I guess I also questions like, do I? Oh, okay. I was like, I should probably make that charm wood. I actually think a little metal charm kind of looks nice. Especially because I went and did the, what's it called? Because I didn't do the metals. Oh, fuck. I almost forgot this guy's entire pauldron. What the hell? How did I almost do that? How did I almost forget a full-size pauldron? It's Warhammer. How do I forget pauldron? And there we go. Okay, okay. I'm trying to see if there's any areas where the dry brush were kind of overshot. It doesn't really look like it, which is good. I was too focused on the gooch. It happens. It's tricky. The Siren Song of the Gooch is way too powerful. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot also too. Today's they're doing the the Game Awards thingy, right? Did anything cool come from that? I vaguely heard something about there being like a God of War game, which I don't give a shit about, but like I imagine some people are pretty happy about it. Oh, Teef. I gotta get your guys Teef. How you doing, Skippy? Bustin'. Oh shit, Rayman? Oh fuck, that's kind of legit actually. It's been a while since I played a Rayman game. I think I was upset because like I played a shitload of Rayman 2 growing up, but I don't think I ever 100% completed that game. I was like, oh, you mean like wallpaper engine stuff, or you mean like a separate thing that's similar in concept? That's cool though. The tricky thing is because I got like my 4 monitors firing at all times. I very rarely ever see my desktop. For a while, it used to be Konata Lucky Star. I think it's just almost kind of like the Live 2D ones. Okay. Basically the style of like a VTuber loading screen. Makes sense. Get a little bit of gum color. Oh, you could just use Murder Scene for this. Let me do that. Let me try that. Let me try a little bit of Murder Scene, the speed paint for the mouth. Those do seem nice though. I remember that's like during that there was like a very minor era when I was looking to people who like really really trick out their PCs. And that's like not a subculture I ever really got into, but like some of the stuff in there seemed really cool. I still every now and then feel about the like, what if I should get like a ThinkPad? I don't know why, like those have been like thrown around for years as like the coolest customizable laptop ever. They're indestructible and whatnot. I'm like, that'd be kind of nice. But I know deep in my heart the only thing I would do is I'd put a bunch of like visual novels on there and just like lay in bed and just read them on there. I know there's probably a way to do that with like a tablet, but like probably not as easily. I was doing that with like the Steam like there's a way you can effectively do that with like a Steam Link kind of dealio, and I've tried that and it's cumbersome, but it works, I guess. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. That's a legit one to do. Nice. Got a little bit of a snarl, and then let's get a little bit on the. This guy's like fully shut. Okay, it's real. So it's really only this guy that's got like the gotta get them gums, like fucking gums. I do like dodging problems, so I'm not gonna lie. That does sound nice. So, cheat a little bit. Hardened leather speed paint. Let's see. I want to see how this will look. Also, sounds like they're kind of cheap too. Like I said, if I'm probably just gonna put like visual novels and maybe like a couple of other miscellaneous things on there, I don't need like a fucking beast. I need to remember too to not use the nice ones. That's true, yeah. I really don't hear people bitching about Lenovo too much. okay, actually. Oh yeah, doing this hardened leather over the leather I already painted. Could also do like. Actually, hold on. Maybe if I do this and just try to get like the. They got a bunch of stitches, but if I do it like this and I go back and kind of like rebuild over the stitches with my. Well, the stitches need to be metal. Well, no, I guess they don't need to be. They could just be like little fabrics. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to go back and do this anyway. This will be an interesting test case for me. There we go. Let Windows do it. They'll start slipping in. Oh, god damn it! Yeah, that's another thing too. I'm like, I've flirted with Linux in the past, and like it was fine at the time. Where it was just kind of like, oh, you're just gonna make things difficult for Kruel points. I mean, I know there's like legitimate like they are quick, and then like there's like professional use cases and stuff. But when I was looking into it, it was more like, well, you can kind of do this as like a curiosity thing, and now it's like, yeah, you might want to do this so like a million companies don't just like steal your data constantly and shove AI bullshit in there. Which yeah. Apparently, like I don't know how true this is, but I know people were like, it is very interesting that Microsoft's talking about doing a lot of fixes after Linux gets like the biggest bump in its like market share has gotten a hot minute. I do think after a while, Microsoft is like, probably more likely people were moving the Macs and they're like, oh fuck, we can't lose to Apple. This is bullshit. Fine. Also looks like it's at o'clock time, so I'm gonna. And yep, all right, let me go to the ad screen, BRB. Whoa, wow. Why did I say it like that? I don't understand. All right, we're back. Sorry, I got stun locked with the butts and I cannot lie loop. You know, it just kept hitting me over and over and over. It's like I should pull away, but no, the siren song is for Mix-a-Lot's too strong. Went for my tender elven heart. All right, we're back, and I did another little pass of the speed paint for the leather, and now what I want to try is I want to try actually taking a little bit of the brown, like the kind of tan brown color, whatever. Oh yeah, exactly. Just like when like something wakes you up and you're like, I don't know what woke me up, but it's all everything's all strange. Take a Okay. Might be one of those ones that like it might be better if I poke away from it off stream maybe, but it does seem like if I do the speed paint, if I use the leather speed paint and then I decide to go back and just kind of like touch it up a little bit with this like drab color, it does leave a lot of the kind of like darkening of like the crack, and I also get to keep the little stitch color. Yeah, okay. Fuck yeah, let's go. That's what I just looked up and just saw Rayman. I was like, oh yeah, I know we were talking about that, but it's just kind of like, huh, okay. Which I mean, at the end of the day, too, I play older shit anyway, so who gives a shit? Unless I do start playing the look outside, which hey, I mean, you know, that's like Barkley adjacent. I can keep my retro gamer cred, which I don't got. I don't got that. So there's also part of me that wonders if I should go a little brighter. So like this is pretty good dingy, but I do wonder. I might try that. How about we do this? I'm taking half golden brown, which is what really the yellow I've been doing has been a golden brown this entire time. Let's take one dollop, and then one dollop of the Pro Acro golden yellow. I can also have I have a little bit of yellow contrast Imperial Fist I can also use too. Actually, I mean I got it. I might need to use it. So like, oh no, I tried to unscrew it and then the entire like dropper came off. All right, let's try again. Yeah, I need to transfer that to a different model. Actually, hold on, chutto. I don't find this in like a second. Okay. Wait. I got hair directly into my mouth. I'll use actual paints. Yeah, it's. I find her an interesting antagonistic creature because, like I said, even though she doesn't really practice her style anymore, the basic concepts are really anathema to mini painting, and I find the contrast between the two really funny. And you know, it's not like there's like a total lack of overlap. Like it's like I have been finding more that like having a community that I can like people will just ask for bits because like, you know, there's a community that you can ask for bits and just having everybody kind of help each other with those. That's nice. That's fun. Ooh, actually these two do mix very well. Yeah. Like I wonder what she does now. Does she just do like generic like mom tips for moms or whatever? Because that was the thing that I vaguely recall where she's like, I can't do this anymore. Because like she's kind of ran into that in the past with like throwing away her like brother's jacket growing up, and I wonder if you try to do like the whole like Marie Kondo method on a newborn child, if they're like, oh no, I like this thing you chucked. What the fuck, mom? Okay. Oh, I mean she was already starting to get a little bit like that in the States as like a little magical fairy woman that just kind of shows up. But yeah, no, that's not so. Oh. Oh, look at that. All right, so like the other, it looks a little flatter, but like when you see, like it looks flat on this side, but like when we do this mixture, ooh. So you're saying Marie Kondo could DJ my birthday party? Not likely, but not impossible. Then again, I feel like with a big enough check, any celebrity would DJ your birthday party. Like that's not like that's not particularly special. I know that if someday I ever acquired like $1 million and I was like, hey, Nicolas Cage, would you DJ my birthday party for $1 million? Here it is. It's real. I feel like Nicolas Cage would absolutely DJ my birthday party, you know? Yeah. Yeah, just like, you know, just like, I'm assuming, like, when you say hit the Skrill, do you mean like playing Skrillex? Because that would be really funny, just like Marika, like, so this is a song called Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. Apparently something I heard recently is that, like, Skrillex released newer EDM value, like albums that are apparently really good. I think one of them apparently is called Skrillex Sucks, which I think that's fun. I have not listened to any, I listened to as much Skrillex as somebody my age would during the time he was real big. Oh fuck! I gotta get under there for a little bit. There's like a little bit that could use some goochening. I knew this would probably happen if I glued them, but I also knew that I would never notice it unless I did it this way. How's it going to be this? How you doing? How you doing? Big storage containers. That could probably work. Like that's one of those things that I have not looked super heavy into child development stuff because I don't really have a child to develop anytime soon, so like, you know, if that becomes a thing I need to worry about, I can start doing it then. I guess technically pre-prepping parenthood probably wouldn't hurt anyone. Because I think a lot of times people are like, yeah, I'll get around to looking up like parent stuff when I'm a parent, and then you're like, oh shit, the baby's coming in 3 months. Cram session. Oh, two. Steam Deck, no, please. Okay, this is nice, and I have to imagine that I'll probably end up building up the yellow too a bit later, like especially post wash. But like, I think the more foundation I leave for it at this stage, the better it's gonna look. So yippee, let's go. Look at this! Look at this fine lad. He's ready to shank people. Can you imagine you're in Mordheim and you're kicking around, and this yellow folk comes out from behind a building and stabs you with a rusty knife? Boys, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you're back, and the boys have been turning out really good. There's like definitely like I can see all kinds of like little bits I'm gonna need to like touch upon, but like foundationally, the foundational bit of the boy, the boy essence is definitely there. I didn't really raised areas. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm going back and I'm hitting everything with a. Oh shit! I need to do that. Yeah, it's tricky because this is one shade of a green that's not even thinned. So like I'm like, I could highlight the green further with like my plan to maybe use a little bit of this like dark yellow. Like that might be worth maybe doing a very slight test on. Like maybe on. Or maybe I could do like 1 drop of dark yellow, 1 drop of this the medium olive. Because like I like my orcs having some degree of dark to them. Like the modern Games Workshop makes all their orcs like fucking like really bright yellow green, and I don't quite like that. But yeah, I think if I mix those like those 2 shades I just showed and do like this arm is a good testing ground. It's got some good areas. So like here is in fact such a good area that it's kind of hard to tell. I could also just go directly with this. But then again, this is also maybe me just like slowly building up. Oh, actually, no, I can see it. Okay, it's there. It's just the mix was so light that it's actually doing a real good job of being a highlight color because it's like pretty low key. I think the big thing that like a lot of this too will be I eventually need to do I'll do my enamel wash, and that's going to darken the hell out of everything. So once that happens, is I'm going to need to bring back some of the vibrancy, which is probably where honestly I'll end up repainting a little bit of some of these mixes back onto the guy. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, so initially the color was done pretty light, so which is why like sometimes there's like a bit of like accidental variation, but I can purposely build it now. Okay. Okay, that's good. We got options, which is nice. Also, I'm gonna get my speed paint still on my palette. I need to do something with that. For context, I'm basically taking this and just running it through the various like these bits, just because it kind of gets into the crack and also like really tints those little stitches, which I know are going to be a pain to do manual style. So this is like a neat little trick. The problem is it takes a slightly more time than I would like for it to dry. I'm also once again very happy. I believe this arm is entirely a Skaven arm as well. Like you can tell the sleeve is a little rough, but like I kind of love that like the Skaven hand like looks fine. There's no direct indication. I think it's also just because inherently like there was a joke earlier, but I kind of agree with the sentiment that like these guys are pretty much the equivalent of like rat orcs. They're like sneaky and crafty and stuff like that, which is like, yeah, okay. So like the bits feel good in each other's hand. Like the bits feel good when mixed. Oh, this guy doesn't have he's got like a little stitch work. Ooh. Eventually we're gonna have to get like the eyes and some stuff. I mean, that'd be pretty legit. I've seen some like really baller pirate orcs. So yeah, if that's something you want to go for, I think you could do some cool stuff. Especially because like, you know, you have all kinds of like I think the fun thing about pirate orcs is that if you want to do anything with their vehicles, you got model boats for days. Oh yeah, I mean, Mr. Modular will definitely help you out there if you're looking for like some potential 3D print options. But I think a lot of it, honestly, just find someone to print you out a bunch of pirate hats, or just even just find them on Etsy. And then just at that point, just kind of use like a lot of just like regular model. Oh, there we go. Okay. I can see the kit's building. Oh yeah, I need to do something for the fuzz. He's got like a little bit of fuzz there. Yeah, I think the idea that was mentioned earlier, maybe doing like maybe like a medium gray and a light gray dry brush, so I can make that like he's got like a little tuft of fur there. That might be cool. Yeah, you could get like really cheap like model kit boats and even like toy boats. Like I'm sure if you go to like an area Goodwill, there's like a not 100% chance, but let's say like a solid 65% chance you can find a cheapo toy like boat for like $3, and then just buy some plastic cards so you can orc it up a bunch. What else would you do for that? Plastic card and a model toy are like the foundational aspects of scratch building an orc vehicle. That should get you a lot of the way there. And at that point, you know, just follow your heart. Does the boat need more tires? Which is a sentence that sounds weird, but like when you're talking orcs, I think that's like a reasonable question. Yeah, exactly. Just put it on a legal base or make it like kind of close to size, and people won't give a shit. Tricky thing is like that kind of looks like it could be a natural fur thing. I kind of forgot about the fur on the elbow here. But you know what? I'm okay with that. If my Kruleboyz are a little fuzzy in like one elbow, I think that's fine. That could be a fun charm point. I think the tricky thing though. Oh, actually, no, if I start with this gray and dry brush to like a white, that could be kind of fun actually. Just kind of like weird, stringy white hair. There we go. Like wallpaper I've had. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah. How did the adventure go? I'm also beginning to kind of reveal how many of these guys are using the same arm. I think the poses are slightly different, but the arms are from Vtuber, so they're very distinct. You're like, seen patterns here. You found it. Hey, let's go. Adventure successful indeed. Hell yeah. Nicer. You're doing pretty good. And people see it causes pain. Oh no. or oh yeah, I guess depending. You got. Oh yeah, yours were. There we go. So I'm just going around here and getting that touch up a little bit. I think some of that I can. Oh fuck! I missed some stitches. God damn it. Oh yeah, put in share zone, please. I can't guarantee I'll be able to check out tonight, but I would like to see this apparent pain wallpaper. I get the shoulder too. What the fuck is that? Oh, I was super confused because I was like, what? Like, why did I splatter some paint there? I was like, oh no, it's just like a little gap. And then the boss will just touch it up later as well. And you also got a similar treatment where I've not really gone through and hit up the lighter areas. And then I can start doing the brighter yellows in a bit, just because I got that option to do so. Did I do that on this guy? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, you! I was like, yeah, no, yeah. This is the guy I gotta like really gotta build back over that. Stuff of. Oh, the Vinegar Syndrome sale I know hit. I think it's past at this point. I was like. I did look at their catalog and I found some stuff, but like once again, the fact that I'm getting rigging done for the new outfit means a lot of like, because I was originally going to go a bit more ham on that on that sale, maybe get anything, but I did not. A lot of my fun purchases are going to be tamped down until I get that like really locked in. Not 100% because you know I like to have fun every now and then. I think the major stuff like that, like picking up Blu-rays and stuff, is definitely on there. I still do want to watch that Demon Stone movie for movie night because I think that could be good. Could be legal. See, that's tricky though because like Games Workshop is really no fun allowed. So like, if you're really the big thing is like, are you playing at a really strict G-Dub store? Then maybe there would be some issues. I think like with most things though, what you really got to do is just like, if you have a local scene, find somebody who runs tournaments there and be like, hey, I'm running orcs. I want to do orc pirates. Here is like this thing will be my Stompa. It's the same size and it should be fine. And like, let them know in advance. And probably, you know, you should probably want to have some like actual orc models just because sometimes if you're afraid that your local scene will be too picky, that will kind of like be like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Like, there'll be recognizable things in the army. This is not like somebody is going to play against me. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Thank you, Jay. Also, welcome back, yo. Welcome from your lurk. The idea of Appalachia and like boutique Blu-rays is a very interesting combination of words. I don't doubt it. It's just very funny just to kind of hear that. But still very neat, very neat. Let's see. You could probably use a bit more. The yellow. I know eventually I'm going to be paying for my hubris and will need to go back and touch up the green. I've done very little of that. I did one coat of green that I did not touch up on, but so far it's been fine. do. It's been surprisingly pun free. It's been strange. I'm not used to this. It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up. Oh. It's not even gonna type. Also, how you doing, Tundra? How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting Kruleboyz for Mordheim, which so far has been going pretty good. I'm currently yellowing them up because I think at one point I was like I kind of want to do like a Morkborg palette, and like maybe too far, but like I think yellow is a good color. I know Age of Sigmar, like regular orcs, like the orc war clans or whatever, already kind of do yellow as their thing, but I don't care. It looks nice. It's neat. I don't really have a yellow army. I mean, this is not going to be like a full army anytime soon, but like I don't really have a lot of like this type of yellow, which is cool. Centaur. Woo, fuck yeah, let's go. Just doing it for fun, or you got like a big guard project kicking up? This is just gonna be for Mordheim, so nothing, I don't need too many of these Oh, at the end of the day. It was like a weird stifled hiccup. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that bullshit. Yeah, this Swedish punk 28. Swedish chef 28. Fuck. There we go. Punk Swedish chef 28. There we go. We finally got it. Just building for. I mean, I think 1,000's a good solid amount to dip your toes into. I think that's fair. Well, hell yeah, let's go. So this is gonna be 500 crowns cash money. Also, oh fuck. Bochi, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Sorry I covered you with Ewoks. This kinds of stuff happens when I overload all my bullshit with more bullshit. Oh, let me put the alerts at the top. How you doing? If you do not know me already, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerdgolden's game variety. I'm orking it up. I'm gorking my Mork live on stream. Yeah, no, I'm just working on these guys for Mordheim and to turn out pretty legits. Kind of like dirty yellow cloth, which has been going pretty good. I think I could keep just kind of like basically doing that same shit over and over again. It'd be fine. Just keep blending up. What do I need though? I think skin. See, skin is where I definitely got to get like a little bit there. But yeah, how you doing? Oh yeah, okay, so definitely, so like by the time I get to like the second coat with this, that's where I can really start to see that kind of like the olive color begin to like, oh, the dark yellow begin to go on there. There we go. Okay. Get the nice back muscles, get those kind of everything's. Yeah, let's go. I think his back is a little goofy because I think I had to do a little bit of like gooping to make all the stuff kind of fit correctly. Because like I did a little bit of sprue goo with the hand swaps, but I don't think those were too bad. Yeah, these guys are definitely at that stage where there's just like a lot of lingering little touch-up bits, but not too bad. I do think if I wanted to, I could probably pop these guys on the table, and like I'd still feel bad though because they're not done yet. But like, as opposed just to drop in some gray, a good old gray tide, I think this has got some sauce. Oh. I keep forgetting to get these little like above the belt bits. I grabbed the paint. And apparently I grabbed purple, which is not yellow, not even close. It was like slightly in front of the yellow. It was just like, this feels weirdly, this doesn't feel like the right size. And then, yep, nope. I'm losing it in real time. Now I can properly go in and get those little, because like once I get these, I can start getting the little green stuff. Complimentary, however, don't it? I mean, the form factor of the, what's it called? Like the form factor of the Pro Acro Balls is pretty nice. I do, Manuel. So, Mordheim is in a very funny spot because it used to be a G-Dubs game. I say used to because it was like a kind of like grim and gritty narrative Warhammer fantasy kind of campaign game. Released roughly, I forget exactly, like early 2000s, maybe even like right at 2000. there's a lot of like it's like you can kind of tell when media is made roughly around the like Y2K, because people were definitely thinking a lot of the apocalypse back then. But no, it was a G-Dubs game. It did all right. Like, I mean, it's been like hugely influential for a lot of games and people and stuff over the years. But like Games Workshop has not really done much. They'll like occasionally re-release the minis and they'll make little nods to it. And there's like a video game version that chokes up all the SEO results when you want to look up like what does heavy armor do? And like, well, heavy armor in Mordheim, the video game, the 6 out of 10 video game no one gives a shit about. But because Games Workshop pretty much abandoned it, the fans have sort of made more like nice comprehensive like list builders and like campaign tools and like rule cyclopedia things you can just look up really, really nicely. It's still very much a 2000s Games Workshop game, so like balance is practically non-existent. It's a game definitely made of a lot of gentlemen's agreements. Like to the point where like I like Skaven. I don't want to run base Skaven, the vanilla Skaven, which is Clan Eshin, because slings are really good in that game early on. You can kind of mitigate it once you start, like, the human factions start getting guns, aka guns, the better sling. But for reals though, you can do that, and then it gets a little easier to deal. But yeah, you can have Skavens with sling swarms, just kind of like. Basically, they do guardsman fire ranged attacks in a game where, like, you might be lucky if your opponent has 2 bows. See, I always go the opposite routes in those games, where I look up the broken shit so I know what to avoid. Because, like, if I ran Clan Eshin, because, like, I tend to be decent at, like, identifying strong rules. Like, when I build my armies, like, oh, that looks pretty good. Oh, that looks really good. Oh, if I do this and this will do some cool shit. And the problem is that, like, if the game is not prepared for that, if the game is not prepared for that, that just makes me a power gaming asshole. And I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Forever Paranoid? Yeah, exactly. What is a gun but a tube for rocks? Which, it's not the worst. I like the good rule of thumb is like avoid spamming slings on Skaven, and also anything to do with elves is probably busted, because like Mordheim is a game that you need a really dense table to work. And even with a dense table, like primarily ranged armies do really, really well. And something that elves in Warhammer have always been kind of like pretty solid at is ranged attacks. So you can kind of see the what's going on with that. How you doing, K-Mappy? How you? Oh fuck! No, we good. How you doing, K-Mappy? How you doing? Welcome. I managed to catch the stream. You did. I still got like a solid amount of mini painting to go, so you're not doing too bad. I'm painting up my lads. Yeah. It's like that. Like I said, that's why I tried to like find, because like when I was doing like 3rd edition, like they're like, okay, what's broken about 3rd edition Chaos Space Marines? Like, oh yeah, if you play Iron Warriors and just do Predator spam, like okay, we'll do that, cool. Or tank spam in general, I guess. But yeah, I guess the alternative would just be just to try it locally and just like everybody go in blind, and then everyone just kind of like discover the rules at the same time and just kind of make agreements from there. And also a valid approach, not the one I prefer, but like not terrible. So yeah, like it's tricky, because like I do think that like newer skirmish games like Trench Crusade kind of really blows it the fuck out of water in terms of like build variety and stuff. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? But the tricky thing that I think is really unfortunate but also kind of interesting, where it's like it's a Games Workshop game. It's a Games Workshop game that many people are nostalgic about, and also like really bootstrap the kind of like careers of a lot of people who would go on to do a lot of like grimdark games and painting and whatnot. So it's got like crazy history behind it, which you just can't defeat. And like, I had fun with it, and like my local group excited. We got people coming out of the woodwork to get into the Mordheim campaign. So the player density and variety is really good, and pretty much like we have enough people, and people are just kind of incidentally not picking everyone else's warbands. Not that like that's like a huge deal, but yeah. Yeah, it probably, I don't think it did super well at the time, but the scene since then has definitely picked up quite a bit, for sure. And also like now there are people doing those like Ink 28. I always kind of stutter if I want to do if I want. I always get caught up if I want to do the acronym or the full kind of like expanded version of the acronym. So Ink 28 is a scene that kind of came about trying to do 28mm versions of the Inquisitor game, which is also a really crunchy narrative war game from Games Workshop that is worse than Mordheim. It's basically Inquisitor is the game that was trying to bridge the gap between something that would eventually become Dark Heresy and then also just like a skirmish-based tactical war game. So you got like really crunchy ass rules for like throwing grenades and warband construction and like stuff, but like it's another one of those games that like really inspires a lot of people and has some like kind of really iconic stuff. Hellstetter cute, shut up. But those kind of people are the ones who are doing like Mordheim events now, because they've been locked into that shit for years and they like it. And maybe if I play my cards right, I might go to one this year, because you know, it would be fun, and I know some people near me who want to go, but also it'd be good just to meet other people who do the weird shit I do online. They don't do the weird shit I do they do it as hideous flesh creatures, which I don't understand. It's fucked up. Just roll my brush directly in the paint. But it'd still be neat to meet some of these people, you know, just like a way to like interact with my peers in the hobby space. I think that could be cool. I think that could be cool. A little bit of like the absence. I'm surprised that the first pass of this grain shade ended up actually like shading things, which is weird because I don't know why it shaded as a single color. Oh yeah, no, yeah, crit tables are fun there. Whoa, fuck yeah, let's go. There's another couple of wargame zines that I saw that was sprang up recently that I need to read, because I've been big on a zine / just general magazine kick. You know, it's like Death by Plastic, I think, came out recently, but I don't know if it's actually going to ever have a physical release, which is fine. I do like me some physical zines though. I do like me some physical zines and magazines and stuff. Actually, I need to read more Vermis 3 as well. I've not really touched that in a bit. Well, have you considered the fact that there is a pit fighter warband for Mordheim? That is true. That is true and real. I'm not joking. One of my friends locally plays that. They seem pretty mean. You got the tiny net from Kung Pao, and also everybody's like there's like no range whatsoever. So you do give up stuff, but like you can straight up just like murk a dude in melee, because all your guys are really solid in there. There's like a million little areas I gotta touch up on, but like so far so good. I think the hybrid color mix is beginning to dry up a wee bit. But a Murmillo, I don't know what those are, but hell yeah, let's go. I can't think, like Murmillo sounds like it should be alcohol. Like there should be a drink called Murmillo. Maybe I'm just thinking about Malort. That might be it. You know, it'd be like that. I mean, that's a good point. That is a good point. I probably should do. Realistically, you will need a warband of like, I think, let's see. Let me get the links from earlier of Broheim and the new Mordheimer, which are both good repositories for that kind of stuff. I'll post this in both chats once again. Really, the thing that you need is very dense terrain, because it's a very like close quarters skirmish game at the end of the day. if you could make, like, there's a lot of tutorials for making your own, but however, during, like, if you just need to get a scene kickstarted and you got some, like, cardboard boxes of various shapes and sizes, you could do that. Honestly, if you take, like, a cardboard box and put some, like, balsa wood for the trim and then use some, like spackling or whatever over it, you could probably get, like, something pretty convincing as, like a neat little start. But the fact, woo, fuck yeah, let's go. Do like me a good crested helm. Ooh, ooh. Oh, damn, really? That, unfortunately, that is kind of the thing with Grail, is that they do deny you a lot of blood. Like, not that it's impossible, but it's like, oh yeah, the ability to rip blood off of your opponent's models pretty much just goes away. Yeah, that is a good idea. I definitely want to do some other mud effects as well. Yeah, I'm just taking a little bit of this and just kind of like stippling some brown up the leg. Yeah, like I said, not a bad idea for sure. Good advice. And I'll probably do. I want to do a little bit on like the bottom of that as well, but I probably won't be touching it just yet. Oh, ooh. Oh, my condolences. That's fucking awful. So it's like, ooh, oh, okay. Oh god, so did you just like reinforce them? Because that put you out, what, like a solid like 200 ducats, something like that? Pretty sizable chunk, I have to assume. It's like 110 for the knight, and then the affinity rifle's what, like 30, 40, something like that? And then I have to imagine you probably gave them like a heavy armor. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta reinforce, you know? It sucks to do be like that. Did you at least get any like guys with some experience or whatever? Was it like a total wash? Like, did you just like totally get hosed, or was there anything good? I will say, this is gonna sound really mean, but I remember like those kind of earlier games on it sounded like Joker was getting absolutely dumpstered. So hey, I'm glad Joker's getting some W's now. There we go. That's growth. I'm sorry your dude died. Don't get me wrong. I like. You are here and they are maybe, I don't know. My condolences there, but yeah, actually there we go. The muddy little shoes, and I think I'll do some other junk later. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the little patches, but like it's just gonna look like that. They just kind of inherently look like that a little bit. Those aren't shoes. It's Hobbit shoes. Stupid. There's shoes in their soles. Oh, my dog died. Hell, let's go! I like how that's just like a lasting VTuber. For context, somebody ages ago in a Gura stream was like, "Gura, my dog died. Let's go," and then like. You know, just kind of, I think Gura just leaned into it, because like there's only so much you can really do when someone springs that on you, and you're like, oh, okay. Do it. And lights to some stuff. Abs, got big old pecs so I can kind of get. I like how, like I said, I like how stringy they are, where it's like there's like definitely like muscle there. You can tell it's like definitely they're like, oh, these guys are all like ropey muscle. Great. Yeah, okay, so yeah, this mix has turned out pretty good. It's getting green, but it's not like too green. Like I think like the official G-dubs green for their orcs now is like one shade lighter than this. That's too much for me. That's too light green. It's them the ones who let the dogs out. Oh shit, what the fuck? Okay, so they still ran out of album. Alright, fine, sure. I thought the random would avoid that, but there we go. I feel like I need to mix a little bit more of this, but I don't wanna. Yeah, the skin's like, I actually really like painting these guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like in terms of just like, I'm a little worried once we get to like these fucks. That's just like, what are these? Just like greebles. But like, These guys are fun. I'm gonna be doing 3 more of them with bows, though I need to actually like print out the bows. Because I just don't have them yet. And then I gotta do the I can show you the leader units I'm planning on too. I'm also realizing, I guess I don't get to fuck around with like green skin very much. Watch me do that thing that like if I do pick up the Armageddon box, I'm like, I'm getting these for Marines, and I'm actually like, no, sorry, orcs are my best friend now. Alright, there we go. Like this fuck. Alright, there we go. So like the caster, I really don't think I want to do anything different to this one. Like this is kind of like perfect no-note chef's kiss. Especially, oh, this thing's gonna look so good with yellow robes. Can you imagine this fucker with the yellow robes? Ooh, that's gonna be so fucking nice. But yeah, no, the no notes good wizard. Good wizard out of 10. That's how I paint orcs. Oh, I paint orcs, you get. There we go. So that one's pretty good. And so like I found this guy who I think is just like a unit banner dude. And like he looks pretty good, however, his head is really disappointing. He's got a bare ass head. However, I found this dude who was also part of this set, who was like the actual boss. But like I think I would just want to chop off his head, put it on this body, and like, you know, you got the big boss pole. They know you're the boss because you got the biggest stick. It just makes sense. Was how to. Oh, I paint orcs. There we go. Well, yeah, that's true. Actually, a small squig might not be bad too. The tricky thing is like, yeah, if I get rid of it, because like I'm gonna need to clip some. I will say I'm gonna need to clip the terrain. The terrain is very much like, oh, you're fighting them on the swamp. I want these like to be like, you know, you're fighting them in Mordheim. I'll need to do a little bit of clipping there. There might be some space for us. Maybe. And then yeah, I got some other ones that are gonna be like the big uns, which they got big hats, so they're gonna fit there. Squigs. It's gotta be an STL for a wing squig. Probably. I'll have to see. I'll have to see on that one. That one I might need to luck out on. What color should I do their eyes? That's a question I didn't think about. I need to do that. Weird space for the second hand for Kit Bash. Oh yeah. I still got him. I do need to do something with him. I do actually need to paint the weird Lorgar, Core Pharaon, regular Terminator, just very, very strange character. I'm also gonna like show him a little bit. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Pirate Orcs probably have something like that. Another thing I kind of want to do. I kind of want to paint a little bit more of this lad. I was actually also, speaking about having fun, I was actually kind of having fun painting the Ragman a little bit. He's got like a very fun build to him. I think just to painting the different sections of rags, because like I want to take like this like slightly warmer brown. Just kind of do something like that. Like it's just kind of it's I don't know, he just paints well. Like, why have I waited so long to paint this guy? I think it's because he's metal and he was chipped a little bit. So I was like, oh yeah, I need to wait for that chipping to like I need to deal with that chipping, and I just didn't. And now I did. Yippee. Oh no, he's a War Machine mini. He was like a weird occultist guy. I forget exactly his lore these days, but he was like a weird occultist mercenary guy who was doing like really questionable things. But hey, if you don't give a shit, you can hire him, and he's got cool armor stripping abilities, which is nice, because like that's a game where like if you can remove 2 armor from a warjack, it suddenly becomes like susceptible to like certain types of melee units, like not melee, infantry units. Because otherwise, sometimes a jack can just tank regular, like, in the same way that like a rhino in like a older 40Ks can just like, yeah, you can stab that fucker as much as you want regular Space Marine, but you ain't doing shit. It's kind of a similar deal. Kind of a similar deal. Pretty much. But yeah, to be fair, he wouldn't be that out of place in Malifaux. Like if I was like, yeah, this guy's a Reser. Like he fits into the Reser faction pretty well. It's also nice because as a War Machine model, he doesn't have any like ridiculous or like. It's very much the style of War Machine, especially at the time, to have like the steampunk elements, and he doesn't because he's just not like a warcaster or anything. But yeah, he's another guy that I'm like, I could just make a fucking, what's a Necromunda? I mean, you could. Necromunda is another game too where you can have like a lot of build variety and flexibility and stuff, and no one gives a shit. But the difference is that Necromunda is also an interesting case where it's like, this is also why I don't want G-dubs to get. Necromunda is a game that is really, really neat and really, really cool, and Games Workshop has released like 3 million fucking books for that thing. There is so much Necromunda material, and like I don't think you need all of it, but I think like there's, especially if you're like really into it, I think that's the implication that you're just gonna be picking up all these like $50 books. Is they're not like pamphlets, they're like straight up just like codices size, just big fucking books. Necromunda. I'm sure somebody's had to have done that by now. That feels right. I'm sure somebody's done that. It's just Europe. Yeah, no, that's yeah. Probably real. But yeah, it's like Necromunda's got like 1 billion releases, and I do wonder if they did that with Mordheim, if you'd get like I guess it's tricky because Necromunda has a lot more gear variety. Because even though in Necromunda you're playing like the dregs of society, just like real shitty like gangers and stuff like that, you do have a lot of firepower and like access to weird tech and stuff like that. Whereas like, what do you do in Mordheim? Oh, I got a club. I got a club, and I got a knife. And oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy Man. Mordheim is really funny because swords are expensive. Like you like the default item in like all these games, swords, actually like reasonably pricey because they can let you parry blows. Because otherwise armor is really expensive. Like to the point that like you really don't want to give armor to a lot of people until you're like late in the campaign and you got some. It's like ideally I think the quote unquote meta of how you want to play Mordheim is you have a maximum size to your warband. You want to hit maximum size. But yeah, you buy it. Yeah, but this is a fantasy game where swords are supposed to be like, you know, just people just handing out swords on street corners, as one does. The interesting thing I'm debating about is like, he's got like sleeve, like, do I want to keep him all brown or do I want to add like a little bit of like color to his sleeves and stuff? That's true. If you're going witch hunters, you gotta get your pistol. You gotta. No, that's the funny thing. Daggers are free. Daggers are free. In Mordheim, clubs cost money, and they're like, they're not bad. They're very good for their price. It's just really funny because yeah, it's like, you know, you gotta pay for a fucking club. Make the rag pink. Nah, I'm good. It's him, the forbidden left-handed blowjob. That doesn't even really make any sense, I guess. Well, I guess you could crank it at the same time, but like, you would just like walk into a room and introduce someone as that, but like give them no warning, so they just get absolutely fucking confused. Like, wait, what? What did you call me? I'm dead. The building was cool though. That's I hate how that's like pretty common, but like making a good RPG is hard. I'm not gonna say making a good RPG setting is easy, but like, I think if you got like big ideas, you can idea your way into a cool setting with just absolutely just fucking awful rules. Oh, Exalted. Oh, Exalted, my beloved. I don't know. I would never say like Exalted is one of my favorite games, but it's like Exalted to me is in that same category as Shadowrun. That like I wish it was better. I wish Exalted was better because conceptually I like everything about it, and it seems like right up my alley. And I've played both. I mean, I've ran Shadowrun and I've was a PC in a very short-lived Exalted game. Cross dominant. Oh, okay. I never considered it as a concept actually. Isn't that? I mean, it's. I know John Wick is involved in 7th Sea like it's his baby. Was that another one of his like weird ass decisions? Because that kind of sounds like a thing he would do. Like really, really baffling choices for no reason. One of these days, I kind of want to do a stream about his book Play Dirty. It's like one of those things that's like really over, like, you know. The way I'm gonna say this, it's like making fun of Fatal, where it's like everybody has already done it a million times, but like I think it's been long enough. Oh, what it's like, okay, so the guy is like kind of one of the most infamous assholes in TRPGs. His book Play Dirty is amazing because objectively it is a book designed to make you a worse DM. It is like a that guy manual. Like I need to really give you like a very light taste. One of the scenarios in the book, the main like there's a player in one of his games that has is immunity. It's a supers game. He's got immunity to disease. You know how often that really matters in a superheroes game? I'm going to be honest, very little, but sure, this player put points into that. And then eventually, in order to punish that guy, eventually he got some sort of weird super plague that totally wasn't a disease or whatever. But the cure was a disease, which he was immune to. Because John Wick. There's that. There's another. It's just amazing. It's supposed to be the like, are your players getting too easy? They having it too good for too long? Do you like it's that kind of style where it's like, hey, do you play with people you hate? Do you only play with other shitbags for some reason? Why don't women love me? But it's like one of those where it's like yeah, apparently in the world of John Wick you only play with people you despise, and every now and then the people you despise make actions that you do not approve of, and for that they must be punished with like a capital P. It's really stupid. And he's made multiple of these, and they're all bad. It's just really strange though, because like he's made like a couple, like he was responsible for a lot of he's responsible for like making a couple of good games like fucking 7th Sea. There's another big one that I'm totally blanking on, like a really obvious one that what did he do? I'm totally losing my mind because let's see. Oh, Legend of 5 Rings. He was real instrumental in Legend of 5 Rings and stuff like that. That's a lot of money to fucking waste. Amazing. Wow. Buck wild. Same. The thing is like, it is objectively bad DM advice. It is advice. And like, here's the thing. Hey, is somebody being an asshole in your games? Talk to them like an adult. Be like, hey, Jerry. Sorry if your name's Jerry. This is just a good instance. Hey, Jerry. You're doing this thing and the other players are kind of getting bummed out and it's kind of making things awkward. Could you stop? And here's what you do in that scenario. You do that. Jerry goes, oh, my bad. I didn't realize it. I thought we were having fun together, but clearly I overstepped my bounds and I will try my best to not do that again. And like maybe Jerry will need reminded, but you know, Jerry's a person and stuff like that. Or Jerry says, fuck you, I'm going to keep doing that. And then you kick Jerry out. Even if Jerry's your friend, be like, sorry, Jerry, we're friends. We will go bowling. We will go bowling maybe and still hang out, maybe watch some movies, you know. We got other activities. We don't need to play tabletop RPGs together, but we shouldn't play tabletop RPGs together. It makes you an asshole. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's unfortunate because, yeah, true. A lot of people in like small towns, they don't have the luxury of that kind of stuff, so they just pick who's ever local, and sometimes you just get people you hate, but still bad, still not good. All right, you know what? You also know what's not good. I have to end the stream. Let's go to the chatting screen, everyone. I can hear myself. All right, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise, we're back to a more normal week. Maybe I'll keep alternating between like slightly weirder week and normal week. Like I said, I need to stop feeling complacent. I gotta do things. But yeah, on Thursday, speaking about doing things, I'm gonna be playing Half-Life 2 Episode 2 and maybe finish it. Maybe. It's distinctly possible. And then on Sunday, I'm gonna be painting probably some Star Wars Legion minis. Probably that little walker I showed earlier. Maybe not. Maybe not. So we'll find out. Yippee! Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, everyone on the YouTube side, I'm going to cut you loose. So bye, YouTube people. And who is online for which